Hello, Kaloo, how are we doing today? Yes, hello, welcome to the Double or Nothing Super Micro Case about those games you've kind of know about. Every now and again, there are games out there in this beautiful world of ours that are just kind of weird, that you know about, you know those games, the ones that you know about, and you're pretty confident you know what they are, but you never really looked at them. If you have looked at them, you probably looked at it being like, yeah, I kind of remember this, and then you just don't remember it at all. Welcome to those games. Specifically, we're going over 2 games. Yes, we're going over 2 games. And those games are, if I hit this button, it's gonna work, right? Come on, baby, come on, baby girl, come on. And those, oh god, those games we're going to be going over today are Degenesis and Eclipse Phase. Very, very popular games in their own little spheres. One a little bit more well known than the other, of course. But these games are unique for a few different reasons. Not only just setting, not only just what it is, what they are, how they function, but just kind of the stories behind them, because that's ultimately what we do here. We tell a story of how something came to be, or in some cases, situations around those stories, around those games, and around those people. So, we're going to start off with Degenesis, and there's a very particular reason we are starting off with Degenesis, and the answer is, well, because the story there has an ending. And for better or for worse, that's something we always have to wonder about. Now, you may be seeing, hey, you have 2 books open here, what's going on there? Well, technically Degenesis is 2 books. You have the Primal Punk book, which is about 400 pages, 368 pages you see here, and you have the Catharsis, or Cathar system, if you want to be really specific about it, but Catharsis, which is the main system. This is also 368 pages long. Yeah, to get the full experience of Degenesis. Because the Primal Punk, book, effectively, this entire book is actually just lore. Yeah, this is also, in case you're going blind, I apologize. I'll picture looking at this at right in the morning, right in the wee hours of the morning. Degenesis is very hard on its lore, cultures, its cults, its history, everything. And it is 300, and when it says, oh, this is 357 pages long, it's not lying. This is a massive book detailing every single entity that you could possibly think of. And there's lore stories, and there are artwork, and if we go through here, let's do a quick run through. There's a lot of artwork. Here, there's a lot of really nice artwork, actually. You know, everything looks very rich, everything looks very colorful. Everything is done by the studio itself, and you know, everything looks really well designed. Everything's very pretty looking, very smooth, I guess you would call it. There's a lot of different places to explore, and there's a lot of fiction to go. A lot of fiction, and a lot of stories, and a lot of everything. And now you kind of see here who are the main people behind this. It's by SixMoreVodka, and then you have people like Christian Gunter, Alexander Malik, Marko Djurjevic, Vedran Pljopovic. We live in a clown society, effectively, with this game. Maybe that's why it wasn't working, because I don't have my numlock on. Truly clown moments. But who did Degenesis? What is Degenesis at its very foundational elements? Degenesis, if we go to its Degenesis right there. We'll look at you. We'll look at you in a minute. This is the Degenesis homepage. This is technically the Rebirth Edition, because Degenesis originally came out, you kind of see here, actually in 2004. Yes, the original book came out in winter of 2004. This was a, relatively speaking, this is a fucking ancient game. This was the cover of the first edition. Many people do not know the first edition exists, really. Most of it is this Rebirth Edition. You kind of see its very pretty website. Welcome to here. Visit the shop. Download for free. Let's learn more. Let's do all of these things. Oh. Very pretty website here. You're like, oh, wow. Like, this is, Now, we'll get to you in, Yeah, there's trailers. Now, this is probably... one of the things that you saw. This is the thing that I was really introduced to Degenesis with, is that there's a full-on trailer for the game. Yes, a full-on, like, live-action trailer. And people shot this trailer, and it's like, let's explore the multimedia, and... There's a trailer, you know, various trailers, there's teasers, there's the full soundtrack. Yes, there's actually quite a few different soundtrack stuff. If we go to the various maps of the world, you kind of see here, here's Europe, here's the Protectorate, of all of these various locations, very lovingly done by hand. And I think that would be the quintessential thing is, oh, it's very pretty. You kind of see all of these various different art pieces. Now, who are the people doing this? What is this way? You kind of see all the cool shit or awesome shit. Fallberg forever. You want to go over the literal, like, Fallberg storyline? Yeah, here's legitimately all of... This is literally just about a guy named Fallberg who's like a sample character. You want to learn all about that? Cool. You can. That's who he is. You want to have all of this? Here's some movie posters, lost memes. Yeah, it's so what is SixMoreVodka though? Kind of see here, like, here's all the books you can buy. SixMoreVodka is you can kind of say the main company behind things. It began as a mistake. Famous for nothing. Now, I am scrolling down here, mind you. Like, what do you do? Ow, we draw. famous work, not so famous work, clients. Yeah, this is one of those really, yeah, it's one of those websites, the ones I don't much care for. So, these are the famous work. Now, if you notice, it's, yeah, Legends of Runeterra, League of Legends. They've done a lot of the splash art for League of Legends and the subsequent card game for League of Legends. That's what they're really famous for, the SixMoreVodka. However, if we go over here, they've got all these other games. So of course, we have Degenesis. We have Orkin, World War Z, and Titan Kill. So, what's Degenesis? This is the entirety of Degenesis. And yes, we're going to see some Zuba here, but don't worry about it. It's artistic, so it's... Well, I don't think it's fine, but... So, you may be wondering, what is SixMoreVodka? What is this thing? At its absolute core, SixMoreVodka is not really a game design studio. They are an art studio. They are an art director. They are people who do concept art. They're people you can hire to do things for you, design things. They're a design house. And as you can kind of see here, this is like, oh, wow, like this looks really nice. You know, art director Marko Drudvik. I don't fucking speak Serbian. But yeah, art director, various artists. This is the main thing, you could say. And this goes on for a while. Degenesis was one of their, like, you could kind of say to be their major, like, personal thing. And even, but it's even then, you see it's in the not-so-personal work. Orkin, you know, coming late 2022, allows for it. What's Orkin? I didn't really know what the fuck Orkin was. I'm like, oh, I'll look at what Orkin is. It appears to be a comic or an art piece thing. New intellectual property. Looked into what Orkin was, and if we let's do Orkin World, a new world primer. I couldn't really find anything. I really couldn't find anything that exists about this outside of this. Like, it's just another. It is another way of looking at things. Everyone, Vespian could use Edison's phone to complain about Tesla. So did we. And then we mix some occultism for good measure. Oh, what's World War Z about? I mean, this looks very... something. It definitely looks like something. I don't know what that something is, but it is something. So I'm like, all right, what's the website here? Nothing. You can buy the domain for $5,000. So let's see. I want to copy the link, and let's go to Wayback Machine. Let's go to 2019. That's usually pretty reliable. 2019. Nope. That's a GoDaddy auction. You want to go to fucking GoDaddy? Let's see. Go back to... Nope, didn't archive that. Let's go to... Way back there. I mean, there's got to be something, right? You wouldn't just have this thing in the middle of nowhere. That would be silly. You wouldn't just you wouldn't just create something and then not realize it exists anymore. That would be silly. Wow. It's almost like that's what happened. I have no idea what happened to World War Z. I guess it just never, let's see, World War Z. It just never happened, I guess. Maybe it was never meant to be. I didn't look too hard on it. Because why would I look too hard on it? That wasn't really the point. Yeah, no, it's kind of just dissipated into nothing. I have no idea what could have happened to it. I don't know if it was just dead on the water. But yeah, that's what happened to World War Zero. And then Titan Kill. What's Titan Kill, you may be wondering? Titan Kill is this website. This is the entirety of Titan Kill, everyone. There's nothing more here. There's nothing more that could ever exist with Titan Kill. I think that's kind of fascinating to see, because these guys create IPs. This is an important note to make. These guys create IPs with the intent of that they are going to shill these IPs to other people to pitch and to make money and to do art and that kind of stuff. Do I know anything about these? No, I don't think they went anywhere. And if I were to, like, let's do Titan Kill. Let's just Google Titan Kill. It's gotta be there, right? No. That's not really. I mean, if we look right here, you kind of see on the art station. It's right here, but, like, there's nothing... How do I want to word this? There is nothing here outside of we created a thing, but then it's like, oh, here's Total War Elysium, Degenesis, 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 Diablo, Degenesis, Degenesis. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting learning about these guys. IP developer. I think that's the best way to kind of understand. They are an IP developer. Yeah, that's what they do. They develop IPs, and then those IPs do something. Or an accurate state, or a more accurate statement, they take stuff and then they pray to fucking God that someone picks it up. And if someone picks it up, oh, amazing! They've done, they've come out on top. We've created nothing, we have created a thing, and people have bought this thing from us. We're able to do our own. We're able to manufacture and sell it. Degenesis is their most popular one. Kind of see right here, Degenesis core book. Now, an interesting note about Degenesis is that it's free. Yep. It is completely free, actually. Because Degenesis is a free-to-play game. Yeah, I would need to log in, but if I want to buy the book, for example, well, I can't really buy the book anymore. Let's go to products, bundles, Degenesis. If I want to buy Degenesis, I can't even buy the art book anymore. They probably don't have any versions of it anymore. Ooh. Ooh. But yes, it's entirely the first professionally developed RPG universe, fully available in a free-to-play format. Okay, so you download it, you play, and then they encourage you to... Well, what they want you to do is, donate. Now, you might be thinking, oh, Degenesis goes through Patreon or something. No, they went through their own website. You kind of see here, $10, $50 a month, then you can do monthly. Everything was entirely reliant on people supporting them. Everything was free. Now, you may be thinking, okay, I mean, everything can't be free, right? Not everything. Yeah, no, most everything was free. Like, let's just do a random, like a source book. Let's do the Justinian source book. We've clicked on the Justinian source book, and wow, you can get it for completely free. Yeah, the Endless City, every single aspect of Degenesis was free, and this isn't just like, oh, well, this is just happening. This just isn't just today, and, just when everything somewhat collapsed in upon itself. You see here the movie pitch. Hello, car. They wanted to pitch this as a big franchise. That was the goal. It was a franchise. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, that doesn't sound like it makes any money. And the answer is, yeah, no, it doesn't make any fucking money. There's no money to be had. There is, none, actually. And they didn't. might be thinking on that a little bit and being like, hey, Notepad, what do you mean they didn't make any money on this? They didn't. They actually shut down, they stopped working on it. Now, this is from a Reddit post, obviously, but this is the RPG developer, SixMoreVodka. That's misleading, by the way. They're not an RPG developer. Remember that. They are an IP developer. Unfortunately, due to a consistent and severe drop in sales and donations over the past months, we've been forced to make a call to end the roadmap experiment prematurely. As of today, we are canceling all development of the Degenesis IP and bringing the RPG line to its end. Now, again, note that very important line. It's not, we're canceling all development on Degenesis. No, we're canceling all development of the Degenesis intellectual property. These guys are based out of Germany. They're very European. And I thought that was like a really weird and interesting thing to say, because it's like, oh, well, it hasn't worked out. We have a steady influx of new signups and players and downloads, but they have been in free fall since 2021. Despite nearly 20k users registered, our sales numbers remain in the hundreds and below, with Exalters barely selling 80 copies since its release several weeks ago. Publication model has become unsustainable for us. To put things in perspective, the Rebirth Edition is leading our download chart with 18,000 downloads, and yet we've sold less than 60 copies of the book throughout 2021. They have 18,000 downloads and have sold 60 copies. Yeah, we've been with the same pattern throughout the 4 months, because this didn't last too long, relatively speaking. A marginal group of approximately 40 people carry the weight of the entire production and finance each of the roadmap milestones, artificially keeping the game line alive, while thousands of downloads of new items for free month after month without any substantial contribution. We do not think it's fair to bankroll the goodwill of a few extremely generous fans in order to feed a large community in the creation of new materials. Now, the big thing is here, what the plan was a majority of the time, it was, we have this new book that we want to make. We're going to effectively build up through donations, through through monthly donations or anything. We're going to build that up until we get what we want. That's kind of, if that makes sense. So it's like, we need $1,000. We will wait until we get $1,000 on this product to put it out. Effectively, Degenesis suffered from a free rider problem, an extensive free rider problem. Now, the free rider problem is a very common situation in the vast majority of games, the vast majority of situations in real life and everywhere else. The idea of a free rider problem is simple. The collective good that everyone benefits from, the creation of a book, is put forward by a handful of people, but everyone benefits from it. Those 40 people bought every single book that was enjoyed by 20,000 registered users that they could get for free, and there was no upside to buying it, outside of getting a physical version of the book, which maybe you don't want a physical version of the book, because why would you? It's free. And they say, hey, we'll be like all of these things like Mass Grave, Cathedral City, and because they were multiple projects on, there were multiple projects available. Let me see, let me check the roadmap. This is the roadmap, mind you. Plans of Moloch, Last Want, clan supplements, these are all things that they wanted to make. So if we click on Cathedral City, for example, if they got enough money for Cathedral City, if we go to, you kind of see here, more books, more worlds, more icons, art, interactivity, multimedia, and effectively that's how they would do things. Now, why weren't they on Patreon? They didn't believe in Patreon. That is the literal reason. Why don't you use Kickstarters? It's a simple business model we don't believe in. We feel obligated to deliver the best possible work before we ask for anyone's money. We don't like the idea of being paid up front, years ahead, and never living up to our initial promise. We believe that we have to commit to something because we don't know it's great, not because the fans financed it for us. Yeah, again, no Patreon or anything like that. Everything was entirely based off of this thing. So Degenesis went away. It ended. It was a book that it was a series that evaporated in upon itself based off a model that did not work. And that's, I think, one of the grander situations. It was a model that did not function, and because it was a model that did not function, it didn't work. And the people, that's just how the cookie crumbles, metaphorically speaking, of course. Now, I took a second and I thought about it for a minute, and I'm like, okay, what's this new thing, though? Because there's a new thing, and that's called Degenesis Clans Wars. Because you can claim, because Degenesis has a new thing called Clan Wars coming to Kickstarter in 2024. Yeah, about that Kickstarter thing, but this is the thing that this is the thing that I thought was very funny. Clan Wars was a new... They decided to create effectively a board game. Yeah, they decided to create a board game and miniatures, and this is what it is now. This is what you're going to play. Let's see. Yeah, back in September, actually, they struck a deal with Come On. And I find that really fucking funny. I find that really fucking funny. That they bought Come On. Yeah, they effectively, I wouldn't say they bought it. But it is very much, you know, and it's like, we wish for better partners, understands our creator-owned visions, independent spirit. Yeah, they effectively effectively. I think Come On put up a lot of money, being like, we'll fund this. We're just going to get our cut of it effectively, and that's what's going to happen. They're going to go through Kickstarter because that's how Come On makes all its money. So that's the story of Clan Wars a little bit, and I find that funny. But let's get into the game. Let's actually get into the game itself, because that's half the fun, right? And that's why we're here. Well, one of us. Pretty quiet day today. I'm not too surprised. Most of my usual viewers are playing Delta Green right now. Also, I should summarize the lore. Let me see if I can find a good image to summarize Degenesis's vast lore. Alright, so summarizing Degenesis's vast lore is a little bit complicated, but I'm going to do my best to understand it. We got hit by a fucking meteor. This ruins the world. Everything has gone to shit. That meteor held an alien life form in it. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. That's really, really bad. So, Earth is effectively completely destroyed, but humanity, being the bright and beautiful creatures we are, survive like cockroaches. It is 500 years in the future. It's 2059, I think. It's 2559. Something around that. And you have entered into a new world. And it is I'm gonna feel physical fucking pain saying this. This is a primal punk game. Primal punk. Yeah, I have no real good idea of why they called it Primal Punk. Because when I first kind of learned about Degenesis, I'm like, that's cringy as fuck. Because I don't like punk anything really at this point. Punk is kind of a meme phrase, a meme thing. You put punk at the end of anything, and congratulations, you've created a brand new setting. Now, the idea behind the primal punk aesthetic is that Europe sucks. Europe is a backwards nightmare town where everything is terrible and everything is awful, while Africa is, well, pretty much just Africa. Which is great and lovely and totally fine, except when it's not fine. But everything still sucks there because, effectively, a lot of things have gone wrong in the future. And the big thing that you have to understand is that the world is really divided along cult lines. Cults are kind of like cultures, in a way. They're not really strictly kind of like location-based cultures, but they're more philosophical ones. Apocalyptics want to get high and ride out the end of days. You've got the Anabaptists who effectively believe that God is coming to them and they're going to deal with God. You've got a variety of different... You have a variety of different, very extreme cultures to blend together and fight one another and deal with one another. Some of them hate the New World and some of them love the New World. But at the end of the day, they do find conflict with one another. And that's the most important thing about any of these games. Conflict, most important, is fundamental. And Degenesis has a lot of conflict, and it is fucking huge, by the way. There's a reason again, it's one of those things, there's a reason the lore book here, if you kind of just zoom through, there's a reason the lore book is almost 400 pages. There's no mechanics in this first book, by the way. There's no mechanics, there's nothing like that. Absolutely not. There is, well, lore, and you get a lot of lore, and you get a lot of lore upon lore, which forms other lore. There's a lot of stuff to worry about, a lot of stuff to understand, and that's fun. So, let's get into the game, though. And of course, we're going to bring out someone who's pretty useful to us. You know, someone who you might remember. Say hello to Spoinglo Kraska, otherwise known as our post-apocalyptic man of mystery. Now, you kind of see here, nothing too complicated. Now, you may notice all these little dots here. Don't worry about the dots. The dots are for me. And I'm going to explain why that's the case, but generally speaking, you see all this, and you might, if I zoom out a little bit, this is a 2-page character sheet, effectively, you might be saying, hey, that looks really familiar. And the answer is, yeah, it is kind of familiar. You've played a certain other game in a World of Darkness, you've probably played this game, but it is not a World of Darkness game, rest assured. So, after getting flashbanged horribly, welcome to Chapter 5, the first chapter of the book, of the actual system of learning how to play the fucking game. So, what are we actually doing? We need a character. We have very basic attributes: body, agility, charisma, intellect, psych, and instinct. Generally speaking, they make complete sense. There's nothing too exotic about making a character, really. And as you kind of see here, anytime you have any of these dice, let me see, do they explain yeah, here we go, basic notations. And then we'll get to actually. Most skills you're going to do is going to be into an action, reaction, a combination skill, or a specialty. Now, as you kind of see here, quite a few different skills. Let me see if I can find the, talk about no. Most of the skills make a lot of sense. There's really nothing too exotic about any of the skills. Athletics, brawl, force is a little weird. Force, stamina, and toughness all do effectively the same thing, in addition to, like, athletics. Because you look, if you look over here, climbing, running, jumping, action, running, climbing, jumping, swimming, overcoming obstacles, and things like that. All right, easy enough to understand. But then we go down to stamina, tracking, diving, marching, fleeing, holding your breath, impressing with pain tolerance, or bending up sewer grates, breaking chains, kicking indoors, showing strength. Because effectively, instead of having like a basic like understanding of like it's just one skill for cover a lot of things, they break things up a lot more. It's athletics, but it's also stamina, and it's force, and it's toughness. Those four things do different things, but even though they really shouldn't. You could make an argument to your GM to let you roll athletics when he says make a stamina check. Or, hey, can I make a stamina check for my toughness? The main reason for this is this. It's these combination actions which are mixed on heavily. One of the most basic concepts of a combination check is that you're going to make a basic check, and then if you succeed at the first one, you're going to make the second one, and you add all your bigger successes together. There are special things called tricks, but we'll get to those in a minute. And effectively, that's why all the skills are broken up this way, because, hey, you're going to be making an athletics check, which is going to let you make a stamina check. If you fail your athletics check, you're not even going to be able to make the stamina check. But if you succeed in athletics, but you fail your stamina, you're tired out, but you did the thing. That's kind of the most basic kind of understanding of it. Nothing, again, is too exotic. Really, the only ones that are incredibly strange are focus. It's focus, willpower, faith, and primal. Those are really the only ones that are incredibly strange. And just a quick note. Invest in reaction. I didn't invest in reaction. This was a mistake. You may be saying, why, Notepad? Because that's your initiative. Yes, because that is your actual fucking initiative. I find that very strange. Why I say kind of like willpower and faith are very weird. We'll get to that and when we get to actually like creating things. Now, we talk about the action number. The action number is stupid in the Cathar system because it's something you already do naturally. They just explain in a fucking paragraph. Effectively, your action number is any of these together. So let's take my dexterity, for example. My agility plus my dexterity. My action number is 5. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 5d6, and that's my action number. If I get a +2 bonus, I would take 2 additional d6s. If I have a -2 penalty, I would take my 5d6 and lower my action number. I don't know why they did that. I think that's it. It's putting in words for the sake of putting in words. I think one of the bigger things they do it is for this, for example, it would bot plus toughness, agi plus projectiles. I think it's just like a weird word that they put in there for the sake of putting in words. But the basic system is, I'm gonna take my 5d6 here, is you're gonna roll a 6-sided die, and every 4 up is a success. So this is a perfect result. I got a 4 and a 6. I've got 2 successes. Now, if you look over to the right there, the difficulty is 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This is now the jump from challenging to difficult is actually incredibly painful. Because if you think about it, again, it's about 50-50 for every roll, 50-50 for every die. Where to make a difficult check reliably, you will need 8d6. Now, these are sample characters, like this is my body and like something I invested a lot into, which is melee, so I have 6d6. I am not going to consistently get a difficult result. That, like, you are not going to, like, my best one would be, actually none of these would be, and some of them you're just going to outright fail on because you just don't have that. And that's a little painful. And it's just like, oh, how many do you need? Oh, make me a challenging roll. I roll and being like, okay, I've got, 4 successes here, good job. That's a 5d6, and the difficulty ramps up very high. Instead of doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And that does make things a little painful. But this is the idea of a trigger. Triggers. Anytime you roll a 6, you've got a trigger. That's a good super success, effectively. And on every single number of triggers you get allow you to do certain things. Certain triggers allow you to do additional damage, and triggers allow you to activate certain abilities. Just the idea of a trigger gives you an advantage. You want to be a very basic one is, hey, you've scored 2 triggers while doing something, you've done a remarkable result on it. You've done above and beyond what someone else who would rolled no triggers. If you still fail the action, nothing actually occurs. You don't get like, oh, well, you did a really good job even though you failed. That's not really a thing there. So, successfully calm down, roll the trigger of 6, but a solid feat. Easy. If you score a shit ton of triggers, congratulations. You do a lot bigger things. Now that's kind of plays into how conflicts work. Which is the idea of conflict, is you roll against one another. Whoever has the more successes wins, and if you draw, the number of triggers. So if you end up with 3 successes each, whoever has a 6 is going to effectively be the winner. Little weird. Not perfect. Now, combination, choice of skills, what the order of the certain skills are, only attempted the first one is, and this is what I mean by with the combinations is, let's say for example, go to my image here, and I need to make a stealth and I need to make a stealth and a mobility, a stealth and dexterity check. So I'm going to take my stealth plus agility. I'm going to roll. Let's say I succeed. Oh, I did really good. I got 4 successes. Maximum possible result. And 2 triggers. So I'm going to make my dexterity check now. I'm going to take all of this. I'm going to roll. And I've rolled dog shit. There we go. Wow, I've scored 2 successes. Or 2 successes, and I just barely eked out. I would still actually have 2 triggers on the whole roll. As I roll 2 6s at that first one. Little bit odd, but it's not bad, and it works. It works when it needs to work, if that makes sense. It's not going to impress anyone. It's not going to be like, oh my god, this is the most innovative thing I've ever. No. It does its job. And there's nothing wrong with doing your fucking job. Always remember that, folks. There's absolutely not a thing wrong with just doing something reliably. You can do cooperative actions, of course. Hey, we're all in this together and all that shit. Don't really bother with it. You get very little by working together. You get an extra die, effectively. It doesn't seem like a lot, but yeah, you kind of see here, but can help each other with regular action rolls. During needs to make the experience Helvetic secure him. The assistant makes the same roll, but with difficulty +1. All his triggers become additional die for the assistant. It's possible that several characters. Triggers play such an important role in everything, even though they really shouldn't. But let's make a character. You're protagonists, but one thing to note is the idea of the game's focus. This is the most important thing that you must remember. What is the game you're playing? Because you say, wow, there's a lot of world here. Wow, this world is massive. This world is huge and impressive. And guess fucking what? A majority of the shit you're going to be doing is you need to make a call of where you are actually going. Now, this shouldn't be, generally speaking, a complicated question. And I say that is because, well, it really shouldn't. You're going to choose, you're going to open this up, and you're going to look at this map and say, hey, where are we going? You say, hey, we want to go to Hispania. We want to go over here, where we are focusing in this zone. Now, because we are focusing on this zone, we can, roughly speaking, have some African characters. That makes sense. You can have some, Franco characters. Maybe one of them, but like Balkans, like the Balkanians and the Polans, like that's not really going to be happening. And yes, in case you're wondering, yes, they did have it took a German to, what the hell is this map? This is the Degenesis map. Yes, turns out after 500 years and everything going horribly, horribly wrong, we still have Germany, Poland, Franco-Britain, Spain kind of became its own thing, Italy, and the Balkans, because I find it very impressive that it took a German company, a very proud German company, to unite the entirety of the Balkans together, but keep France and Britain away from them, and the Italians. I find that very impressive. Very. Also, I would also like to inform everyone about complete turkey death. Sorry, Turks, you have been eaten by the Balkanians. Truly. This is Degenesis? Yes, this is Degenesis. We've we went over the system already. We talked a little bit about the lore. This is the lore book, mind you. But when you're making a character, you have to make a choice of where you are and what you're doing. The game really doesn't hold your hand in that regard. This isn't like some games, name Eclipse Phase, for example, where it's like you're part of an organization. You're part of Firewall. You are part of this group, or you are part of a faction or an organization, or everyone you're playing as is people from Hispania, or everyone you're playing is from Balkan or Africa or whatever like that. No. The game says, here is the entire world. Here's the entire known world. Fuck you. So, yeah. That's just something you have to kind of understand. And who plays who. They even go into, like, what should a group consist of? Damage dealers, support characters, spies, healers, and a silver-tongued person. Now, Show me America. America isn't in Degenesis, unless it's in one of the other books that are free. Yes, America has... I can only assume America has been completely untouched and is perfectly fine. Because you must remember this very important fact. All of Europe is uncivilized barbarity. Everyone sucks in Europe. Everyone is backwards barbarians. However, in Africa, it's Africa. And people are not backwards barbarians. Everyone is very much fine. Not good, mind you. They're fine, relatively speaking. You may be saying, hey, seems a little bit weird. Remember, this is Germans we're dealing with. This is very important to always remember. These are the Germans we're dealing with. And the Germans do love their hatred of Europe. The most important thing to remember is that Germany despises Europe. The African warlord is still an African warlord, effectively. Now, this is what I mean by, primal and focus and faith and willpower being a little weird, because you can only choose one of them. Because if you go down feral, you're acting more with emotion. If you're going down with focus, you're thinking more with your head. If you invest points in one, you physically cannot invest points in the other. Now, this immediately is not bad, except when you start realizing, hey, wait a moment, does that mean that technically speaking, you can, invest in things where you don't get it, or certain classes are like, oh, well, you have to go down primal, you have to go down... Yeah, there are things like that. It's a little funky in that regard. But these play into your ego points. Now, ego points are... I don't know what the fuck you would call ego points, but you could kind of say that they're mental health. And you want to burn ego points during combat to fight. That is, to become a more efficient warrior, you're going to need to invest in ego. Now, this is also a very weird notational thing. And this is from me personally. This is int plus focus. This is actually how you determine it. Now, when I first read it, I read it as this. That's how I initially read it. It's not that case. It's int plus focus. It's how these are supposed to be read are like this. I got a little fucked up with that, so if the math seemed a little bit wrong, understand that I was reading it wrong for a while. But yeah, when it comes down to basic notation, this is effectively what it's supposed to be when it reads this. You add these together, and then you times it by 2. A little bit funky, that's just me though. But yeah, you get these points based off those attributes. So generally speaking, whatever you invest in your psych or your... Actually, no, it would be... whatever you invest in your intelligence or your instinct, it's going to be kind of like your base, base. Based in red pill, based in Sneed pill. Now, as you kind of see here for instinct, I've got 4 in my instinct, and I've got 2 in my primal, so I've got a total of 12. And I see here, I've got a lot of ego. I'm pretty good. Faith and willpower are the same thing. You choose one, and you can't get the other. This is a weird thing as well, because again, there are classes there are groups and cults and stuff which are like, oh, you have to invest in faith, but not willpower. Even though you also have skills like toughness and stamina and force and athletics together, or dexterity, mobility, and agility being technically all the same, or charisma having how your conduct, expression, negotiation all together. Empathy. Yeah, little weird. That's just one of those things I was like, why is this the way that it is? This is... Oh. the human. So effectively, you kind of see the most basic understanding, choose your basics, spend your points, spend points on backgrounds. You get 4 points on the 6 backgrounds, and determine your rank, choose your potential and finishing touches. But let's go into our basics. Now, each of the cultures are where you are from. So you kind of see here, you can be from Borca, you can kind of be from Franca, Hispania, Portugal, Balkan, Poland, Africa. There are a couple different places. This is your geographic location of where you grew up. And you kind of see the common cults. Some of these are incredibly specific. No African can become a Helvetic. This is something very important. None of the Africans can become Helvetics. You may say, why can't I become a Helvetic African? Well, very simply put, because Helvetics are here. They're in here. And you may be thinking about that, meaning saying like, oh, Africa's down here. But mind you as well, no European can become a Neo-Libyan. Yeah, none of the Europeans can become Neo-Libyans. And there are some like Anubans, Neo-Libyans, and things which are very specifically just down there. And oh, but you can be in if you're up here, but not if you're over here. And where was the one? Yeah, it's the Jemahedans, which are effectively super Catholics. They're not really around anywhere. Like in the Balkans, the Anabaptists don't exist. Yeah, it's very fascinating. I chose to be from Franca. Why did I choose to be from Franca, you may ask? Franca had the largest amount of groups available. And I said, hey, I want charisma and instinct. Very simply, I want charisma and instinct. I said, hey, that'll be very, very good. Cool. Now, normally speaking, you can put 2 points into anything. So I'll kind of I'll use my psych as an example. Normally speaking, you can put 2 points into anything. So I've got my psych of, I can put 2 of my points. Everything starts at 1 die, of course. You can never not roll a die. So my psych is 3, so I put 2 points into my psych. I can put 2 points into my cunning, 2 points in my faith. Easy enough. But you may notice these dots I put here. Those dots are where that I have, through my background, through my history, I have developed more. Because I am a Franken, I've got instinct here. As you kind of see here, I can put a 3rd point in my instinct where I normally wouldn't be able to. But I can put no more than 2 points in any of the skills down here. With my charisma, I can put a bunch of points in here. You kind of see here with my dexterity, I can't put many points in my agility, but I can put a lot into my dexterity. Because that's just who my character is. And this is a fairly important thing, kind of see here. It's a little bit funky when you're first going through it. You're like, oh, I don't get a bonus to it. It's not like you get +1 agility, +1 instinct. No, you get +1. You get the option of investing +1 and additional into it. You get the option of investing into it. The option. And then, of course, if you're going to choose a concept. Now, concepts are also strange. These are technically arranged as tarot, quote unquote. And each of these, concepts are going to build up and give you your own set of features and abilities. So, I chose to be the heretic. Kind of see here, hey, you get an attribute bonus and a skill bonus. I chose to be the heretic. And heretic, it also kind of informs like a personality quirk. Heretics are people who want to go against the system a little bit. That's who they are. That's how they operate. They want to break away from things that are normal to them. And you get a psych bonus, and you get cunning and expression. Cool. But your cult is the main thing. Your cult is the most important foundational aspect of what your character is going to be and how they're going to be acting in the world. When people refer to you, you're not being referred to as where you grew up or what your personality is. You are investing in who you are. Whose shirt you wear. Now, you gotta see here, clanners are a bit weird. Clanners are weird. Now, these are your cults. You get your basic skill bonuses here, and I chose to be an Anabaptist. They don't explain it in this section, but I can go through all the cults pretty quickly, to the best of my abilities anyway. Hospitalian are effectively total apocalypse death. We are going to build the apocalypse, and we're going to say fuck that, and we want to assist everybody. We want to pull ourselves out of this apocalyptic nightmare, whether you like it or not. Chroniclers are history aboos, you could kind of say. They want to find artifacts, they want to find things from beyond times, and they want to record them. They want to chronicle them. They're found fucking everywhere, and they also have money. They invented money. Helvetics are effectively hyper-militarized Swiss people. They want to invest in guns, they want to invest in fighting. They are the best at beating the shit out of people. They're also bandits. Judges. You ever heard of a wandering judge? Congratulations, you know how judges function. Clanners. Clanner scum. Clanners are just tribals. That's all they do. They're just tribals. Scrappers are like effectively people who just go out and do things and just like scrap things. Neo-Libyans, if I remember correctly, they're like kind of like they're the Helvetics of Africa. They're traders, they're fighters, they're kind of the guys who do a little bit of everything. Scourgers are total spore death. Anubans are too busy being weird. Jehemedans believe in God, that God is coming and God is pissed. We need to listen to them a bit more. Apocalyptics want to get high. Anabaptists believes that we are God and we need to plant a seed for the future, and by planting a seed of the future, we are in fact meaning we're going to initiate total apocalypse death. And Palers, who are all weird. They're all weird vault dwellers. They scare people and the children. Neo-Libyans. Yeah, come on, you don't just invest in the new Libyan. The new Libyan. The fixed Libyan. Now, yeah, so you get some of these and you're like, oh, alright, do I get anything more information? No, because again, you read the first book. And I'll kind of talk about it a little bit when we end, but like all the information on the cults and stuff are in here. Like, let me see if I can find one on the Anabaptist. Usually they'll probably be about 300. Yeah, these are the Anabaptists. They are effectively hyper-militarized Catholics, effectively. That's the best way to think about it. They are hyper-militarized. They believe in the whole 9 yards. They believe in neo-gnosis. They want to ascend, effectively. That's their big thing. They are going to do it whether they want to or not. They are all people who, will till the land because that's what we're supposed to do. And aesthetics, Lesians, orgiastics, furs. You kind of see the hierarchy and ranks of the Anabaptists. Yeah, the holy filament. Yeah, these are palers, by the way, in case you must know. They live in the vaults. They're all weird and funky, and we don't like dealing with them. But yeah, then we're going to your backgrounds. Your backgrounds in most things would be like merits or something. You kind of see like, oh, what's your allies? How much authority do you have in the cult? How many resources do you have in it? What's your network? And then throw some money in and, throw your points around and you're done. Now, most of the time, what's going to happen, and I consulted with Pro on this, Prometheus, a friend of the channel as always. Isn't Anabaptist a real denomination, Lamau? Yes. Anabaptists do exist. Effectively, the term Anabaptist literally means rebaptizer. Their opponents gave them their name when they began administrating adult baptism to one another, believing that their baptism as infants were not as authentic form of baptism. They're effectively radical reformists. Yeah, baptism is only valid when candidates freely confess their faith in Christ and request to be baptized. Yeah, no one likes, the Anabaptists were very, there were a lot of issues with the Anabaptists. Now, yeah, kind of nowadays, modern groups within the Anabaptist movement are Amish, Mennonites, Butlerites. They are, to give you an idea, the Anabaptists are hyper-militarized Amish people. Yeah, they're funny. We don't really talk about, the Anabaptists don't really show up too often anymore. They're kind of like that, but kind of not. They kind of do their own thing. Because one of the big things is, you're going to choose a cult, or you're going to choose 2 or 3 cults, and that's who you're really going to be working around. For example, even if we go all the way back up to, your culture, for example. We're in let's say we're setting our campaign in Hesperia. And we're playing a group of scavengers. Okay, we're playing scavengers. You are not going to be playing really battalions then. You're going to be playing scrappers, palers, some clanners, maybe some apocalyptics. But if we're saying, oh hey, we're doing a trading campaign, this is a military campaign, Nubans are going to be a lot more appropriate, clanners are going to be more appropriate, Medadans, Eulibians, things like that. It's fine to have characters part of the same clan, because in some of these games you think whoa, we can't have all be part of the same clan, of course, we can't be all, no. It is entirely possible that you do a full Paler campaign. Full Neolibian, full clanner, full apocalyptic, full scrapper, full scrounger. That is completely justified in doing. Of saying, we want to do a full Anabaptist campaign. Now, keep this in mind when we say you can do a full, Anabaptist campaign. And prepare for your brain to get fucking melted. So, potentials. I should talk about potentials real fast. A potential is a unique ability. That's what it is. They're just unique abilities and perks and bonuses that you get by virtue of being your thing. So, your rank. So, skill prerequisite, always attribute skill, never only the skill level. Must be special with bonuses, you get cult equipment. Can work throughout their hierarchy, gain new ranks until he cannot fulfill prerequisite for the next rank anymore, unless stated otherwise. Keeps the gear of the rank he has gone through. Through many ranks as possible, no ranks can be skipped, equipment can be kept, special rules are usually only valid for the current rank. So, for the Spitalians, you kind of see here, Spitalians have a lot of things to do. Quite a few, in fact. Recruits, orderlies, Famulancer, field magic, consulate. So, for example, everyone can start as a recruit. You get the manual on medicine, basics, add +1 to all of these things. And but you can choose, hey, I want to be an orderly. If your intelligence plus medicine equals 4, your body plus stamina equals 4, you are an orderly. You want to become a formulamancer, or famulancer. You're going to need bod plus toughness 4, int plus medicine 6, which is very possible, and int plus science 4. And you can roughly, but then you want to get up to field medic. This is going to be a little bit more complicated. You're going to need to invest a shit ton into intelligence and medicine. You may not be able to access it. You know, getting renowned resources and network isn't really possible at this level. You might be able to get 2 of those, but you can't get all 3. So at best, you'll be one of these guys, a famulancer. Then you get to make a choice of, hey, where do you want to go where do you want to go? Do you want to be a preservist? Do you want to kind of go down that route? Or do you want to be a pharmacist? You want to be a hygienist? You want to be a Hippocrat? You want to be a surgeon? All of those have slightly different requirements. Or you can technically do that, but let's say you want to be a preservist. Batal's enemies, renowned 4, bod 8 melee, bod 6, agility this. Cool. Arsenal resources. You get a bunch of new resources. Oh, cool. And every single one of the cults has their own amount of, you know, special abilities that they can choose. Some of them are tied to going down the primal route. Some of them are tied to going down a focus route. Or hey, you want to be a phalanx. You want to have Preservalis. Speak. There are many of these. I believe this would be chroniclers, agent mediators. These can go quite a few of these can go pretty deep. This would be the Helvetics. You want to be a Helvetic when you grow up? Cool. Get ready to go down this route. Corporal. You got to have these things. It's pretty hard to get anything above corporal because you want to be a sapper. You're going to need to invest a lot. One thing that I was told very early on is... Hello, helicopter. One thing I got told very early on is you must focus. This is not a game about being a jack of all trades. This is a game about finding something you want to do and hard focusing in on it. And kind of ignoring sections of the game, other parts of the game. Like, you want to be let's say you want to be a sentinel. That's bod plus force 8. Like, that's not a small amount of... You have invested a lion's share of even your backgrounds to even get there. 2 out of your 3 backgrounds must be dedicated to doing just that, and only that. You know, some of these can even be a little bit more complicated getting. Then you get things like, hey, I want to be a judge when I grow up. He's a rank 4 executioner. But you kind of see, like, some of them do have their own ways. Generally speaking, you can get up to about rank 2 on most of them. Some you can maybe get the rank 3 if you really go hard on it. You kind of see here with, like, protectors. This isn't impossible to do. This is not impossible. It's difficult, but it is not impossible. But, like, you may want to go for, I want to be an advocate. Not impossible. It's entirely possible. It's just difficult. Let me see. We've got the clanners. Yes, have no fear, everyone. It is. You don't understand, guys. What dice do you use in this game? D6s. We use D6s in this game. I will use, for example, I want to make a dexterity check. 1, 2, 3, 5. I'm gonna take my 5d6. I'm gonna roll. Anything that's dog shit. Holy shit, that's awful. Can I please roll something better? Anything above a 4 up is going to be a success. So I've got a 5 and a 6 here. Cool, I've got 2 successes. Difficulty's a little wonky. Any 6 you get is a trigger. Triggers are pretty much super successes. You get a little bit of bonuses out of them. Yes, it is essential here. Yeah, clanners are weird. One of the things is with the clan is that you kind of have to build your own clan. Some of them are, you can go very deep into it, or you can say, I don't want to. Oh. Hello, phone. But yeah, you kind of see here, this is the Scrappers. Scrappers have their own way. They only can go up to rank 5, but generally speaking, it's not too difficult because Scrappers aren't a real clan. Then you've got, these are the fucking, the fuck are these people? Yeah, generally speaking, there's a lot of, these are the Neo-Libyans you kind of see here, because it's, you want to build up to be that, you can. I give it credit. This game does look baller when it wants to look baller. Just remember distinctly. Actually, I want to check something real fast. This is very important. Because I want you to, as you look at all of these, again, I'm not saying anything that's a little bit weird here. I'm not saying anything is a little strange. However, let's see. Can I find, because the main people behind things, if we go to the main writers, you could say, are Marvel Dragava. I'm so sorry, brother. Like, this is the main guy, Marco. He does comic artwork. And maybe you're like, oh, well, why didn't you talk about this earlier? Because I want to talk about it now because I find it funny. But here's Marco. He did like X-Men and Spider-Man. He's a comic guy. Like, so just understand that, comic guy. The other main guy, mostly produced black and white drawings for tabletop role-playing games, White Wolf, Fan Pro games, is Christian Gunther. What is Christian Gunther? Hello, Christian Gunther. I want to learn more about you, Mr. Gunther. I couldn't really find him. I believe this is him, though. I believe this is Christian Gunther. You may be wondering, hey, alright, Notepad, why are you telling us about Christian Gunther? Why are you telling us about the writers of Degenesis now? Feels like there's something you're not telling us. And the answer is very simple. If there is, I'm just gonna say if there is. I'm gonna look for we're gonna play a game. We're gonna play a game of looking for what about you? Are you a Nope, that's definitely not it. Mario. Mods. Okay, mods okay, mods what are you we've got. Nope, this definitely is a no, he's from Arcade. Yeah, one of the weird things behind this book, to me anyway, is that they do kind of wank off Africa a little bit. And there's a lot of African things in this book, quite a few actually. And it's funny because none of the people who wrote Degenesis are black. I don't know why I find that amusing. Perhaps I'm just very racist. Caesar Legion African Warlord Edition. Yeah, pretty much. Dufu, Hondo, Damus, Tinga, Simbas, Dunasi. Yeah, these guys get very little, relatively speaking. Yeah, yeah, reading this a little bit, I was like, I feel very weird reading this. I feel very strange reading this. You know, Simba's Fury. I'm like, oh boy, it's these guys. Mark of Anubis. Oh boy. Do you see these guys? They're yeah, some of these guys get a lot more than others. Ismaile, hey, you're determined by these guys. You have a very specific way you have to do things. Hey, you want to do this? You want to do this? Or you're an icon? Oh, like, oh, you're a woman. You have to. Yeah, because one of the gimmicks you could say of these guys is you have to make a call really early on, effectively, of whether you're a man or a woman, and that's going to determine a lot of different things about you. Yeah, these are the Apocalypse. Apocalypse have 3 ranks, effectively, but there's a billion fucking things to worry about. Yeah, they get a really... And this is the Anabaptist route. Again, this is the Anabaptist route by comparison to... Don't know why to have Zulu Africans in the land of Arabs and Berbers. Don't think about it. You're making the wrong call. You are thinking much too hard in this, Draco. It looks cool, and that's all you need to know. Yeah, this is one of those funny moments where I looked at it being like, this seems very simple, roughly speaking, comparatively to other groups, and compared to the other ones. Yeah, and rings to the nose, change the soul to the body. Yeah, technically, I qualified to become an orgiastic. I had to invest a lot into it, and anytime I'm traveling with my gang, he gets plus 1d to attack roll and negative 1d to active defense. An orgiastic only knows extremes. If he follows this rule, he gets plus 1d to all of these different checks. If he deviates or make half-hearted decisions or revitalizes earlier ones, the bonus becomes a penalty of negative 1. Wherever he goes, his gang of comrades will always be his family. He gets the Beeden Honda. I qualified to be that, because if I wanted to upgrade to a fur, I needed insane shit. I needed absolutely bonkers levels of everything else. Yeah, you could start a crusade at level 3. Yeah, and it's like, oh, you're an emissary, you're a counselor, you're the Archaeron. You become one of the Baptists. Yeah. I chose to become a zealot. Now, as a zealot, you know, his body in battlefield, his body's a shield. Pain is only an indicator of damage taken, but no longer a problem. All trauma penalties are reduced by 1 per potential level. Pretty much, I can soak damage because I'm a big motherfucker. I don't take damage. And Palers also get a bunch of other weird shit. Effectively, the cults are like your class that take 9 years to get to. These are all your basic potentials. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11. There's legitimately 11 basic potentials. Congratulations, you have learned how to make a character now. Most of these are pretty simple. Flesh wounds are your standard health. Trauma's kind of like under health, if that makes sense. It's a little bit harder to get back. And spore infestation is how much you can take the fucking horrible spore infestation and survive. Which, generally speaking, you can't take too much. So, everyone starts with an active defense, a passive defense of 1. You start with jack shit in money. You start with very, very little money, except if you're a Neo-Libyan, in which case you start with a fuck ton of money. I mean, it is cool. Yeah, you start with a shit ton of money as a Neo-Libyan, and because everything's 1-to-1 exchange rates. Apocalyptics get probably pretty much the most out of everyone else because they deal in drugs. But as an Anabaptist, I started with very little money because I was only late rank 2. Most weapons you can kind of choose whatever you feel like. Now, experience and progression. At its very core, you're going to get experience points by virtue of getting things. You're not going to get like a ton, but you kind of see here, depending on if you're focused or primal, you get bonuses to your different attributes. Now, let's say, for example, I want to increase my faith. Let's say I want to increase my faith to 3. Now, you kind of see here, I am not focused, I'm primal, so I would have to pay the base cost. I would have to pay 15 XP to get level 3 faith. But let's say I want to improve my instinct. I want to go up to rank 5 instinct. I would need to pay 50 rather than 60 XP to do that, because it's a preferred attribute. one of those other just weird moments. Kind of see the added level of all potentials. Raising potentials is fucking expensive. But yeah. This is a very basic character sheet. This is what you're supposed to kind of do as well, is like, oh, like mark it off. Oh, goodness. So, how does fighting work? Fighting is almost always going to be opposed. So, a vast majority of the time what you're going to be doing is you're going to be making an opposed check. You're trying to either make a active defense, or you're going to be making a, or you're going to be relying on your passive. Passive defense is always going to be 1. Unless you get some real hardcore stuff, then it's going to be maybe 2. Now, so majority of the time you're going to be wanting to do active defenses to try to dodge out of the way. These are opposed checks. This is really an opposed check system at the end of the day. And hopefully if you're getting into a fight with guns, hopefully you invested in some mobility. Because you're going to need it. Because agi mobility is king. Because agi mobility allows you to dodge. I also realized they put this... I just realized they put this twice. I don't think that's supposed to be the case. But yeah, it's effectively agi mobility lets you block things and lets you get out of the way faster. Now, ego. Ego. They don't tell you this, but ego can actually be spent to get extra dice on any action roll. They don't tell you that, because one of the major things about this game is that it buries the information in between words. And sometimes it'll tell you something in the middle of some completely nonsensical place. But yes, you can actually burn ego to get bonus dice. They don't tell you that, but you can. But they don't really commit to maps, so you shouldn't either. Generally speaking, combat round begins, everyone determines initiative, everyone determines order, and then you restart the combat round. You roll initiative every round. You can burn ego points to roll bonus, to get bonus rolls effectively. So, this is why I say reaction is king, because your initiative is the number of successes you score, with the number of triggers you roll actually granting you bonus, bonus actions on your round, which is really fucking good. Which, what I mean by it's really fucking good, if you manage to get, let's say, 3 dice, and you get to go first, you might also get 2 actions right off the bat, and be able to tear someone in half very easily. Oh no, I overslept. Damn, that sucks. Yes, one after the other. Initiative goes first, turn in order, nothing too exciting here. There are various actions, free actions. Drop it, drop one, say someone, yell at someone. You can move. Generally speaking, you're going to be moving 2 meters. But when remember when I said that passive defense is hard to increase? I was lying, because the game lied, and it is very easy to do it. As long as you are moving, your passive defense is increasing. You're taking a fucking horrible penalty to do anything. So it's like, oh no, I need to move around. If you move 2 meters in one direction, you're taking a -2 dice, which is pretty fucking bad on all action rolls for the rest of the turn. But you get a +2, but you get a +1 to your passive defense. Which is pretty fucking good, by the way. Because that goes from... to give you the idea of like why passive defense is good, because it goes from you needing to roll, oh, with my 5d6 to shoot you, it goes from needing 1 success to needing 2 successes. You've doubled the amount of successes they effectively need to have to hit you, and you can increase things more and more and more. Yeah, mostly because one bad hit can really kill you. This is like a very big thing. One bad hit can very easily kill you. Now, this is also one of those things which is a little bit weird when it comes to active defense. Why is active defense weird, you may say? Well, very simply put, if you're using active defense, what you're doing is you're making an opposed check. You can critically fuck these up, by the way, and get your shit fucked. Get your fucked up pretty fast. How do you feel about initiative systems? Any you prefer? I am a big fan of one roll initiative systems. I like to be able to roll, and that just kind of sets it in stone unless the player chooses to do something. In a lot of my games, anytime I have like an initiative system like that, I add in like a refocus option to allow you to re-roll your initiative or add a bonus to your initiative or something. Because usually when it comes to like, oh, we're constantly re-rolling initiative, unless combat goes by pretty fast, it just becomes very tedious being like, okay, time to re-roll our initiative again and again and again. Though recently I've taken on the role of saying whoever attacks first gets to go, seizes initiative. I just go in from there. I've been enjoying that a little bit. I've always wanted to put the, fun fact, I've always wanted to use the Doctor Who RPG way of doing things. Which if you've never read the Doctor Who role-playing game, you really should. It's very fascinating. Because the entire thing there is, initiative is, I believe it's talkers, thinkers, doers, fighters. And it's effectively, if you are talking to someone, you're going to go before anyone who's trying to think something through, or you're trying to do something, versus the guy fighting. So if you want to draw a gun and shoot it, you're going to go dead last in comparison to everyone else going. I think that could be kind of interesting. But it makes sense for that particular world. I just haven't really been able to find a good way of doing it personally. It's very specific. Yes, active defenses, parry and blocking in melee. If you get 3 triggers with an active defense, you actually retaliate in melee. So if you roll 3 6s, which is astronomically fucking low, by the way. Like, that's a very low amount of chance, unless you're rolling a shit ton of dice. You've done that. You immediately counterattack and automatically hit. Not make an attack, you automatically hit the attack. Yeah. If a combat skill was used, if he wins the conflict. So yeah, if you were a really accomplished fighter, yeah, you can pretty much abuse that pretty easily, and I'm assuming there's at least one potential out there which does augmented. There is, I didn't see it because there's a lot of potentials. Yeah, reloading, changing weapons, interacting with things. You get 1 action around, unless you roll insanely well, and then you get 2 actions, but You do get some bonuses when it comes to handling and to attack and defense rolls, by the way. Now, by handling, it's things like you have a spear. Spears have really high handling. Why? Because it's pretty good. So I know Catholic karate. These are my 2 weapons. We'll get to you in a moment. I know Catholic karate, so I have a handling of +2 on it. Which is, anytime I am fist fighting you, I'm going to be rolling 3 + 2, even if my brawl is 0. So I'm going to be rolling 5d6 anytime I'm punching you in the face. Because it's not very good in the slightest. Because guess what? I'm punching you in the face and hoping to God. But my spade has no handling. I get no benefits, no drawbacks, and it does 3 damage. We will quickly learn what the damage calculation is and why it's dumb. Distance, they don't, again, distance isn't really tracked. There's no map or anything in this game unless you want to have a map, and then there is. Now, this is, most weapons have a set score. For weapons using physical force, you will find F, F2, or F3. F stands for bod plus force. So, effectively, my bod plus force is 3. So with my spade, I do 4 damage with my spade. If I swing my spade really fast and hit you with it, I'm gonna do 4 damage. It's very set amounts of damage, which 4 damage doesn't seem like a lot, but understand that getting hit by a fucking shovel is gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm already like down 4 HP. I get hit again with my own shovel. I'm down here. Weapons can do a lot more damage. Like real weapons. I don't have a real weapon. I have a spade. Like, I'm just a fucking homeless dude with a beating you to death with a shovel. Like, this is not good. Mostly when you have the ability to, you know, bring a gun to this fight. Because you want to win a fight really easily, shoot them. Simple as can be. Shoot them with a gun. Armor just reduces damage by whatever its armor rating is. Thing is, the only issue is though is that you take encumbrance. Now, encumbrance is annoying. Yeah, weak fighters could be. Yeah, some is lower to bod plus force. The fighter can carry his equipment without any problem. Not body plus stamina, body plus toughness, body plus force. So if you want to play a melee fighter, don't do what I did, and just invest in force. If I were to do this over again, I would probably take two out of stamina and put 2 into force, because I would immediately be doing way fucking more damage for everything I could be doing. And I would also have more than 3. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it because I have exactly 3, wearing my fur cape and spade. Yeah, and some of the higher penalty to roll to all actions equal to the difference. Yeah, you have very little encumbrance in this game. Incredibly little. And it's a little painful. I'm gonna get the water here. It's getting shredded. Yeah, you kind of see here there's a poor sight, distance, encumbrance, handling. Pretty simple stuff. And it's like, oh well, there's many things. It's not too complicated to actually do. If you want, this is what I mean by passive defense can be. When they say like, oh, it'll never change. It will. You have a base of 1. Are you active and on your feet? Are you active and on your feet? That's 1. So your active defense of 1 isn't actually your passive defense of 1 isn't really a passive defense of 1. It's a passive defense of 2, because you're always going to be moving. Do you have a shield? Yes. Congratulations, you have a passive defense of 3 now. Hey, are you moving? You have now a passive defense of 4. Hey, are you in cover? You have a passive defense of 8. Like, and because think about it, even having a passive defense of like 3 is fucking bonkers. Because someone rolling 6d, let's say for example, you're fighting someone with 6d6. You know, they're making a swing at you with 6 dice. There's a 50-50 with passive defense 3, they just miss. They miss outright, no matter what they're doing. You're rolling, like, they might hit, and they might hit you, but there's a good chance they're not. But if you just have a shield, suddenly it becomes a lot harder. Yeah, so active defenses, of course, very simple stuff. Hey, please, I'm going to shoot you. I did consult with Pro about this. If you want to make an ideal combatant, you're going to have at least 6 dice, minimum. If you don't have 6 dice, you are generally not going to be doing as hot because it's just going to be a lot harder for you to hit reliably. That's the main thing. It's reliably hitting. So, hey, you want to make an aimed attack? Kind of the basic idea. Now, you've taken an attack. You've taken damage. Weapon plus triggers plus any potentials. Because, yes, any 6 you roll is actually plus 1 damage, which is a lot of fucking damage, by the way. And you're going to reduce your flesh wounds. Then you're going to start taking trauma. For every point of trauma you take, there is -1 penalty. It's somewhat of a... You can kind of say that there is a death spiral. But you don't take any really major injuries with flesh wounds. But let's say, hey, I have -3 trauma. As a zealot, I would only be taking -2. But normally that's -3, which is effectively you're out of the fight. You are no longer fighting at 3 trauma. At 4 trauma, legitimately anything that is not like a fucking powerhouse is out. At 5, they're even out. 6, you're just like you're double dead. Now, also don't forget your ego is also a health bar. Yeah, your ego is also a health bar, and when you fail it, you have to try to get your ego back by making a difficulty roll. If you succeed, you get 1 ego point back. Unless you miss it again, and then you don't. And you get an ego point back 1 every day. Unless you roleplay your concept a little bit more. If you roleplay your concept, you get D6 ego points. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get ready to start investing more into getting your ego higher because you're going to need it. They even kind of say like, where was it? It's let's see, where was it? Okay, right here. Fallberg has been moving quickly, but no trigger. Still, Fallberg takes 13 damage. Rested. Fallberg can take 14 damage. Yeah, effectively, he takes his first trauma point. Very easy to get smacked and kind of almost die. Again, it only takes 1 or 2 good hits to really kind of bring you down. Also, here's the healing system. But this isn't also the medical system. There's a very different place of where the medical system's going to be, but we're not going to tell you. So, effectively, roughly speaking, you recover a flesh wound every day, and it takes about 2 weeks to recover any trauma point. It takes a while. Yeah, it takes a little while to heal. Like, for example, our boy Spoinglow here. Let's say he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At full recovery, let's see. So he had he got 10 flesh wounds. 2. Yeah. He's got 5 trauma. Let's say he takes 5 trauma and 10 flesh wounds. It's going to take him 10 days to recover all his flesh wounds, and he will be back up and in fighting condition in 2 months as his trauma fully recovers. It's 10 days per trauma. It'll take 2 months to get him back up and running. You kind of see here, there's a lot of different ways you can die horribly. hey, explosion damage, you're getting strangled, disease damage, radiation damage, spore infestation, of course. Hey, entropic growth. Oh, the rays. Very different. Now here's the medical system, by the way, in a very different location. It's now the basic idea is that you're going to be making a medicine check, and you're going to heal medicine +1 wounds. Now, you may be thinking, hey, wait a moment. Does this mean you can skip things? Yes. If you have a medic, if you have a real medic, you can patch up your flesh wounds a lot faster. That effectively 2 months to heal, you could bring down to about 2 weeks. This cannot be tried. 4 days have passed. Get ready. Get ready for surgery to heal trauma wounds. Woo! Woo! Yeah, welcome to the almanac. Kind of like, this is, you don't, like, money is kind of in a weird state, because they kind of like, you don't really have real money, but you do. Hey, you want to get things, difficulty, challenge, an automatic success, cult equipment. Most of the time when it says like, oh, this is just some cult equipment, what do you get? This is just stuff. We're going to go down to the Anabaptists, of course, because that's who we are. We are the Anabaptists. So, you want to get a long weapon, because technically I could invest in a long flail. Yeah. Most of the cult uses effectively farming tools, and that's what you're supposed to use. Farming tools. You do get bonuses to using it, though. So this is literally why I decided to choose a spade. The steel blades in 1-on-1 combat, but reminiscent of the rules of cult bring the Anabaptist carrying such a weapon. It's great. This is the Biedenhammer. Although as first might conjure up the spirit of Rebus, your gaskets rely on the 7 feet of forged and sharpened steel. Yeah, you have impact too, quality. Cannot control the weapon at once. He can swing out with the knife and fight with the next round. Yes, beat hammer is effectively a gigantic hammer that you use to beat people to death. Yeah, it's a giant 2-handed sword that you have. It's not really a hammer, it's a giant fucking sword. You can, in fact, though, just get a flamethrower or the Elysian oils. Yeah, they're a little goofy. Lots of different kinds of ammo. The most common ammo. Let me see, where's the most common era? Yeah, finger NATO ammo. Frequency full jacket. It's yeah, it's caliber 12. Yeah, there is no 9mm. Yeah. Get ready for the, yeah, you can, these are like what your basic ammo stats are, because yeah, you have to track what ammo you have. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, that ammo seems really, really expensive. Yes, ammo is insanely expensive. You're gonna go fucking bankrupt if you are using, you're using ammo, you are going bankrupt, unless you are playing a very particular build. You kind of see this caliber 12 buckshot. Yeah, you want to buy fucking 9mm? Get ready, it's gonna cost you $40 per. Get ready, baby. We're getting poor all of a sudden. Hey, you want time to invest in buckshot or your E-cube for 1,000. Yeah, no, invest in arrows. Invest in arrows, please. Someone's dinging me. Who's dinging me? Go away, you. But yeah, as you can kind of see here, it's days. You can actually deal ego damage, double barrel, because technically you get things like fists don't do damage, which I thought was kind of funny. What you do instead is you beat their ego out of them. So if you see someone with low ego, you just jump on them and start kicking them in the fucking shins and they'll run away. I do find that somewhat funny. Hey, it's just a muzzle loader, it's piercing weapons, it has the scatter quality, smooth running, rapid succession. You can attack again. Just start beating the crap out of people. You're scary, it's a special weapon type. A lot of these things are pretty simple. As you kind of see here, like brass knuckles have pretty good handling. The streamer gloves, you can just daze people really easy. But as you can kind of see here, oh, it's 4,200. It's a little expensive. Oh, but yeah, pitchforks, flails. Where was the the Morning Star? I thought about picking up a Morning Star, but it's very expensive, so you can't really you can't really get anything too expensive. The Anabaptist, though, this is the Biedenhammer. It has negative 2D. This is the reason I didn't pick it up right away, because it's very expensive and very difficult. And if you don't roll enough successes, you actually have to take a round to get it back up. Yeah, it's a big-ass weapon. It's a big-ass weapon that allows you to beat the shit out of your problems, and that's all that matters. Thrown weapons, projectiles. Hey, you have a heavy crossbow. Cool. Heavy crossbows deal 12 fucking damage. Bows in general are real expensive. But a good bow with some good arrows, yeah, you can hunt really reliably. You may be wondering, wow, Notepad, why aren't bows cheaper or easier to get a hold of? You would think that, you know, having a bow would be pretty useful in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Yes, but its game's too deadly, so having bows would break the game, as you kind of see here. A bow and arrow, if I were to bring back my bow and fire a bow at you, it would do, for me anyway, with 3, it would do 7 damage. Pull back, fired, 7 damage directly to you, minus armor, of course. Doesn't seem like a lot, but to an unarmored foe, that's probably half of your flesh wounds. I take another shot and I shoot you again. Congratulations, you're probably at trauma already. And armor is expensive as well. Here's what, yeah, everything's very set damage. Hey, you have an automatic pistol, you have a flintlock pistol, a grinder gun. See, some of these are muzzle loaders as well. Yes, you can just pop a motherfucker with a handgun, pop a motherfucker with a revolver. I mean, that's always when in doubt, it's always an option just to pop a bitch. Which I think is usually a pretty reliable way of doing things. Marvels, of course. Where is the shotgun? Yes, the pump shotgun. The pump shotty has 10 does 10 damage effectively if you use a pump gun. Yeah, you use a pump gun, or even if you use a shotgun, for example, that's 10 damage right off the barrel, right off the bat, plus whatever damage from the actual weapon you're using. So it's like, oh no, there's a problem. But your value increases dramatically. You see someone with a gun, ambush him and steal his gun. There is no shame in there is not a single bit of shame about stealing someone's gun. You pawn that shit off immediately and you make bank. That's all that matters. Most armor you kind of see here most armor is pretty simple. As you kind of even see, Anabaptists don't get any special armor. So I was like, of course. I don't need any special armor. So I just invested in a fur cape. I just wear a cape because that's who I am. Hey. Hey. Yeah, some of this is like, you'll never get the Sumo casing. And Sumo is effectively a giant AI that partially hates you, partially thinks it's God. It mostly hates you. Yeah, you wanna, hey, I wanna play a scrounger. Here's this flak jacket. Hey, I wanna play a judge. Here's the judge's hat and everything. Getting food. How do we get food? Food. Yeah, it depends on fertility, it depends on a lot of things. They do say like, oh, well, you gotta eat, it's a survival game. They don't really delve too much into it. Again, it might be in one of the supplement books, but again, I'm not going over the supplement. I'm going over just the main core book. And generally speaking, anytime you see a tech level here, that's like, oh, tech level 3, tech level... You can roughly get tech level 3. You can kind of think of like, reliably speaking, tech level 3 is what you get. Tech level 2, tech level 4 that's when you start getting into like the... We're not really getting that. Tech level 5 and 6 is meme worthy that you think you're going to get it anytime soon. Yeah, so just kind of understand that. Tech level 5 and 6 are memes. Like, you're not getting anything. $20,000. A pocket calculator. You have the Codex. The special edition Codex. You've got the Grim Sun. Yes. Various icons. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Breathing claws. Generally speaking, you can dig up treasures and you can dig up things from beyond times. It's not difficult to get things. It's just work, and a lot of work goes into it. You want to start modifying your weapons, though? Hell yeah. You totally can. Start grabbing stuff. Start making things. And increase your damage, increase the balancing. And some of them are pretty interesting. Others of them are very, very boring. Generally speaking, most melee weapons should get balancing and wetting. Especially with my spade, for example. If I were to get balancing on it, it would be +1 handling. I would probably also invest in terrifying, because I think that would be funny. Here's my fucking spade I'm going to use to beat you to death with, because I find that funny. Various pharmaceuticals, bandages, shit like that. Nothing too exciting here. The various Elysian oils. You want some Elysian oils? Want to do Chronicle? Kind of the Chroniclers are your like main existence, you could say. That's what you're doing. Burn. Okay, let's talk about burn. Burn is drugs. Because people huff things that are going to kill us, obviously. You know, they can wear, like, that's one of the things, like, if you go into places that are bad with sepsis, which is not actual sepsis, but if you go into places with sepsis, what's going to happen is that you're going to start taking, spore infection. You take too much, you're going to start becoming a leper. Once you become a leper, that's when bad things happen, and you're totally, fucked beyond repair. You go to, yeah, it's you become Leperos. It's Jover. However, here's a problem. People like inhaling that. That's it. It's like you burn sepsis away, you can get fucking high. That's the funny thing. You know, weak burn can be found. That's like one of the most amusing things. Wasp nest with no insects inside, and within them, yeah, drug that's taken European by spore. Effectively, inside of these horrifying death fields, you will find ambrosian drugs that people use to get high with. If you do this, you get spore infection slightly, but it's that intoxication, it's stimulus. You regain ego points equal to its potency. And there's, of course, different kinds, which appeals to different chakras. In Franca, it's unity. Thank you very much. If you want to get, that also gives you a bunch of bonuses. You get a bunch of bonuses, you get a bunch of problems there, and yes. Yeah, welcome to investing a lot into the drugs system. You want to do drugs because drugs are good and they actually help you out. And you also shouldn't do drugs because drugs will kill you. Now, a vast majority of the enemies you're going to be finding are just make an enemy and that's it. Just invest in what you need. Yeah, here's Crazy Woman. Most of these ones are like minor clans, you could say. They aren't real clans. These are enemy groups that kind of oppose the natural order, you could say. Hey, you want to fight a Stukov nomad? Cool. Like, this is what they do. This is their basics. You want to play an Exalter? There you go. You want to play a Starsky? There you go. Want to fight a Corpse Eater? These are the things that you need to know about them. Want to fight the Resistance? Cool. This is all you need to know about. Generally speaking, it's not complicated to make an enemy in this game. Because they say, like, you only need some very basic ideas. You only need some very basic you only need some basic stats. But if you're not super... If you're not looking for it, perhaps that's going to be an issue. Yeah, these guys are the bad men. Yeah, let's we're making it. You would fight mammoths if you want. You want to fight a mammoth? Various spore beasts. Yeah, there's a lot of... let's kind of give you an idea. There's a lot of enemies and things you can fight, but they don't really tell you how to fight them. They just say, here's what they are, and sometimes you might be there, sometimes they might not. We just want to draw cool artwork, really. The vast majority... Like, that bitch is just naked. Yeah, a lot of people just being naked at each other. How to build a story, how to build an adventure, things like that. Now, that's kind of the basics. So, that is Degenesis. Is Degenesis good? I'm mixed on Degenesis. I really am. On one hand, system's fine. Like, I say fine with a very heavy asterisk there, being like, there's a lot of things where the GM is going to have to improvise. And there might be things that help in other books, because there's a ton of other books, obviously. And it's like, oh, well, this might be, is it broken in here or is it fixed in another book? But it's like, oh, well, you have to specialize. And that means you're going to have to read ahead and you have to kind of like plan out how your character wants to be developed a lot more than in some games you might be thinking about with the way this looks. And it doesn't help that difficulty scales weird. Because the difficulty scales as in is 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. The jump from a challenge to difficult is 2 points, which doesn't seem like a lot and kind of goes up by 2 each time. Doesn't seem like a lot, but you're not going to be rolling many dice any way we look at it. And if you want to consistently get, 8, you want to consistently roll 4 successes, that's rolling 8 dice, which is just something that isn't going to happen for at least a little while. And then you're assigning different fee, and you might be 2 or 3 adventures in, and then you just kind of, but is that really the point? This is kind of a question I wanted to ask everyone is that really the point of this? Or are you just playing Degenesis to play the setting? Because the setting is interesting. There's a lot going on. Which leads to, like, one of the issues that I have with it is that it's not really about a particular area, if that makes sense. It's not like, hey, this is about, Hyperborea or whatever the fuck they call it. This isn't just about Spain. This isn't just about North Africa. This isn't just about Italy. This isn't just about Franca. And we just hyper-focus on that, and you kind of have a very strong idea. No, it's about the entirety of Europe and fucking North Africa. This is a lot of ground to cover, and you're going to have, players are going to have to sit down with the GM and be like, what are we going to be doing? What is the actual pitch of this adventure? What's the actual pitch of this story? What are we actually doing? And you're going to be like, we are doing this. You are going to be restricted to these clans, to these cults. And you're going to be restricted to these cults for these reasons from this location. And that could feel a little, I don't know where to, that could feel restrictive, mostly because they really want you to start going down the path, like certain paths. And if you want to level up in your cult, you're going to need to heavily invest in certain areas, which you may not want to, because, like, that's not the character I want to play. I mean, like, sorry, we're all having to play this one, cult, because to have this entire campaign make fucking sense. And in an effort to make sure that this entire campaign makes sense, you're kind of restricting yourself a little bit. For a game how open it is, it's amazing of how restrictive you need to be and how much of that stress is placed on the GM to be like, okay, you have to plan now. There's a lot of setup. Once you get past the setup, it's a little bit easy. But there's a lot of setup. And if you like that setup, awesome. You're going to have a lot of fun. If you don't like that setup, maybe not. And is catharsis, is the Cathar system good enough to stand on its own without Degenesis? I don't know. I don't think so, because it's kind of I would say that it's kind of like a watered down World of Darkness, really, at that point. It has the same vibes, it has the same idea, more like interpretive stats, a little bit more interpretive skills and such. It has the same ABC to it. If you aren't invested in the lore, the book isn't, like, the system isn't really going to jump out and say, haha, it's me. You're buying it for the lore, and the system is a benefit for the lore book, which you can play the lore with another system. So, I mean, if you like the lore but not the system, run it in Savage Worlds, run it in a VRP supplement, run it in maybe something else that might be something better for you. That is Degenesis. So our next game, obviously, because I said I was going to do 2, Our next game is Eclipse Phase 2nd Edition. Yes, Eclipse Phase. The other game everyone kind of knows about, but not really. Let me bring up our character sheet here. This is our character. I'm going again. I brought in Spoinglo Kraska again because I wanted to make the same character twice, but I realized I could buy. I couldn't buy, but I could roll. I could make random rolls. So I said, "Fuck yeah, I can make random rolls." So that's what I ended up doing. I just made random rolls because I thought that was funny. So I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna look at you, kind of see how everything looks here. I'm gonna grab some water because my throat is shredded. I am God's silliest soldier, and I have shredded my throat. But hey, I do it for the meme. Well, let me double check some things. Oh, hey, it's that game I keep getting confused with, the board game. Eclipse Phase is, like, very unique for a few reasons. And I think one of the most unique aspects of Eclipse Phase really is the fact that everyone sort of knows it, but not that many people actually do. So let's... oh, God. So, what is Eclipse Phase? Let's do, the role-playing game of transhuman survival. Bum, bum, bum. Now, this is entirely done by Posthuman Studios. This is who they are. They have a Patreon. They have a Twitter, obviously. The PS Plus Twitter. Let's see. Let's click on other things. As you guys see, they make about $1,200 a month. Nothing huge, but probably better than Degenesis was making. Eclipse Phase 2 character options closes in 48 hours. Yes, they were actually doing a thing on BackerKit for Eclipse Phase, character options. Because there's a whole new Kickstarter thing for Eclipse Phase. Now, Posthuman Studios, they kind of have different things. They're very... Now, you may be also, I should say, you may be seeing, hey, this is $25. It's not. Here's the thing. It's not. Oh, you want to buy the condensed player's guide PDF? Yeah, you can. You want to buy these things? You can, but you don't need to. Because interestingly enough, it's not actually that much money. It's free. Yeah, it's free. And I looked at it. I'm not saying this from like, oh hey, did you do the Yarhar fiddle-dee-dee? No, actually. Like this is the weird thing. No, I didn't. Technically there's like, oh, you can just buy the quick start rules and things like this. You want to download the quick start. You're like, here's the game. What's new? Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Oh no. Phone call. I'm back. Apologies for that. I needed to drop a package off with my mom, and my mother is the type who wants to talk. So yeah, so Eclipse Phase. Posthuman Studios. Game. Now, this is... Let's see, Virtual Tabletop, Creative Commons, because it is actually a Creative Commons thing, yes. You can create your very own Eclipse Phase merchandise, you could say. Whatever you want to do, you have the free and active right to do such. I don't know why it's linking me right back to the backer kit. It's like, hey, you want to do all these bonus things. You want to have all these maps and tricks and source material. Oh, we've got a project status. Ooh, NPC files. Ooh, we got a lot of toys going on. Oh. Now, one thing about it that I find very fascinating is you can say, hey, you can get the quick start. However, let me find the main guy behind Eclipse Phase is a guy named Rob Boyle. Rob Boyle is relatively well known. This man has, if we go down here, was one of the original Shadowrun writers. Yes, one of the original Shadowrun writers. He wrote Shadowrun 3rd edition. And from there, he's kind of got some back and forth on things, but he mostly did Shadowrun. Shadowrun 5th edition, 4th edition, 20th anniversary edition in 2009. But what happened was he got the boot because he wanted to publish his own things. They say, nope, okay, that was kind of when Shadowrun's licensing got a little bit weird. So he moved on to Eclipse Phase in 2009 as well. And that's what he's been doing, really, since then. If it's not an Eclipse Phase, he's doing something related to Eclipse Phase. You even see in 2012, he did Degenesis. Yes, he did actually do he wrote a section for Degenesis. Now, he's also a musician. Rolling it, free download file from the following Dropbox links. So if we click on the Dropbox link, at first I was like, oh, all right, Let's Phase 2nd edition. Let's Phase. Condensed Player's Guide. 2nd edition. Setting Primer. 2nd edition. 1.3. This is the exact version that we're going to be going over today. You can download it completely for free. Yes, it is completely free. It's right here. This info sheet was last updated May 4th, 2022. Do you want to play Eclipse Phase? It's right here. Everything you could possibly want with Eclipse Phase is right here. But you wouldn't know because if we go to the Eclipse Phase website, this is the eclipsephase.com, and you just say, okay, I want to download the game. You can't. You can get the quick start. You get the quick start right here, but you can't just play the game. You can't just grab that. Like, hey, I just want to get it for free. You can get the quick start rules, which arguably all you really need, honestly, if you're going to play, we're going to talk about this. If you want to play Eclipse Phase, just download the quick start rules and get a copy of the book to make your own characters, but you really only need, I would say, like, the quick start rules are really all you need. But yeah, this is all you need. Where do I download this game? From the website. You don't? I don't know why it keeps linking there anytime we go to the Creative Commons section. But people have bought this. It's Mithril. You can buy the PDF for $25. Or you go to Rob Boyle's actual website and you click on the Dropbox link and you get this for free. And this is the updated version. This is 1.3. why. I have no idea. I have genuinely no idea why this is hidden, but I know why it's hidden. They don't want people to, like, actively get it for free. But yeah, you don't pay for it. If you don't like, if you do not want to pay for it, don't. It's completely free. Technically, everything here in Eclipse Phase is completely free if you want it to be. That's perfectly fine. That's just something you gotta know. Most everything here you can get for free. Yeah, this is kind of the basics of Posthuman Studios. This is kind of the way they operate. Is there anything fun and exciting? No. Second edition, we're going to be going over second edition. Now, there's a few... let me see the exact date second edition came out. Eclipse Phase second edition originally came out in 2019. Yes, this was pre-COVID. However, you may notice something very important about that. Very important about that is that it is after 2016. This is a very important note. You may be wondering, Notepad, why is it a very important note? It's a very important note because it's after 2016 and the mind worms have infected this man. Very, very early on, the mind worms have gotten to him. This is the first edition. You can still buy the first edition of the game, mind you. It's an adamantine seller. It came out in 2015, 2009-ish, actually. Here's the thing. Available for sale, of course. I don't know why you would want to keep it for sale. I would just keep it open for free. Now, this is one of those other notes that you always have to kind of take a step back. He does have the brain worms a little bit. Glorious Politico, which led to certain character options being removed and certain factions in the writing being somewhat more demonized, including the Jovians. We'll talk a little bit about the Jovians. I think the Jovians are neat in first edition. I didn't support the Jovians, mind you. I said they are neat. I understand, but generally speaking, everything is cross-compatible with each other, roughly speaking, at least. There might be some notes, but it's more... What notes aren't similar are things like when it comes to, like, character creation rules, but they even add those rules in the second edition. So it's very affordable. It's $25 in case you really do want to buy it, and I don't know why you would, because again, it is completely free. If you want to get it for free, just buy it for free. If you want to support these guys, cool. Support them on Patreon. That'd be my thing. Support them on Patreon. Don't buy the book. I always find that kind of weird. But yes, that's kind of the basic concept of what we're working with here. So, second edition. Let's get into it. Now, I'm going to give everyone the most basic concept of the lore. Let me see if I can find a good way to understand the lore. There's a good... Okay, you know what? This is a good image. So, we were doing pretty okay there for a while. We were doing really okay. And then we weren't. Effectively, in the 20 minutes into the future, humanity is dying. Humanity is dying incredibly fast because there are beings called Titans. They are massive super AI that were developed and subsequently went insane by an alien virus. They have gone completely bananaramas, and they have effectively wiped out 95% of humanity. Everyone who couldn't escape off were kind of fucked. And a lot of people couldn't escape. Physically. Many people had to upload their minds to various stacks and become infugees. They are nothing more than a digital recreation of your mind, body, and of your mind and soul, effectively, with many things becoming a transhuman future. There are, in the most basic most general way of looking at things, this is the transhuman future. Your body isn't real. That's not your real body. The only thing that matters is your ego, pretty much who you are as what you upload your body into. You die, don't worry, you have a backup somewhere. You get a disease, I don't know how you could. Diseases aren't real anymore. We can fix it. You want to be better? Mod it. You want to be faster? Mod it. You want to fly around the sun as a space whale? Go for it. Upload your mind and become a space whale. Because that's kind of the basics of Eclipse Phase. It's transhumanist future, and normally you are taking the role of agents of Firewall, pretty much a semi-secretive group of individuals who has a goal of stopping X threats that are going to eradicate humanity or threaten to eradicate humanity. But the real secret is that you're all kind of working for yourselves. You belong to various groups, various factions, all with the common goal of, hey, we don't want humanity to die. And because turns out we go to very interesting political places when humanity is doomed. So a lot of the different factions of Eclipse Phase are radical in some ways. They are radical political ideologies. Some of them are outright just strange, and others are unhinged. Let's just call a spade here a little bit. Some of them are just fucking unhinged. People do exist, but we have kind of reached a future of, kind of the new economy. There's no more money anymore. It's everything is reputation based. It's more about who you know, more about how much of that know you can actually leverage. Just everything you can just fabricate. You want a gun, you can fab your gun. You want some food, you can fab food. It's not a problem, really. It's just the idea of getting the raw resources, which isn't too difficult to get because we have giant robots to do that. Yeah. Doesn't mean that the market isn't dead yet. Of course, the market's still around. You still have the oligarchs and the idea of intellectual property, where you need to buy a license to print certain things. Now, effectively, you have three major groups. Kind of get the most basic understanding of how things work. You've got the inner system. Inner system is the closest to real humanity. It's a planetary consortium, a hypercorp treaty cum government. Effectively, the inter system is, we are kind of in our own world. It's very small, it's very, how do I want to word this? We are in this together and we're relatively human. Like, we are, everything is relatively normal. We're kind of up there. When you get to the outer system is when, actually your region of the system is. Firewall attracts more members from the outer system, taking matters in their own hands. Most of the outer system made of small habitats of 5,000 people or fewer. Many of them are more than 1 million kilometers away from their nearest neighbor. Respectable populations, several large cities, or carries this character of this frontier roots. Effectively, everyone kind of lives in these isolated little bounds with each other. And spaceship travel is incredibly hard sci-fi, which means it takes for fucking ever. Things are weird out there. You don't have real government, really. You have groups of people who work together and are weird anarchist communes. We are all connected via the mesh, otherwise known as super internet, but it also doesn't work. You do get the idea of Jovians, though. The Jovian Republic, the Republic, quickly called the Junta, reference to Security Council in charge. Effectively, it's an entire government of how the author would like you to know of being evil. They are evil people. However, the idea of the Jovians is that they don't believe in any of this transhuman bullshit. They do not believe that you should be able to upload yourself into an orangutan. You shouldn't, that AI being that claims it's a person should not be a person. That's not human. They are bioconservatives, rejecting or restricting AI uplifts, nanotech backups, and resleeving. Yeah. Advanced technology anywhere threatens humanity everywhere. No transhumanity for the Jovians. We are tasked with breaking into a black lab to isolate a new nanoweapon someone has cooked up. Their fears are not completely groundless. Yeah. One of the ideas there is Jovians believe when you die, you die. Very simply, very simple. They also have the biggest military in the entire system because they actually have a military. That's kind of the basic way of explaining some of the kind of more advanced lore. As we go through, you'll see more lore tidbits and how exotic the system actually is and how weird you can get. One thing to note as well is that page 98 to about page 100, about 200, this is just fucking lore. There's about like 200 pages, there's about 100 pages of just lore. And you'll see a lot of here. We're going to zoom past a lot of these because it's really dumb. It's just a lot of stupid stuff. This is why I say, like, you probably get with the, you probably don't need the full book if you just plan on playing it. You can probably get the quick start and be happy. Another quick exalted moment. Yeah, they kind of give you a basic run through of the system. Like, hey, we lost 95% of people. Here's how we play. Note on politics. Now, we're going to talk about this, because this is a very big thing. This is a very important thing to the creators of, and this is why I say they also had the brainworms. Eclipse phase delves into numerous political themes. In fact, we start with the premise that everything is political. Like all authors, we write from the perspective of our own personal biases. Our specific lens of radical, liberatory, inclusive, and anti-fascist. If you support bigotry or authoritarianism in any form, Eclipse phase, it's not the game for you. Now, first things first, this is very important to say, never fucking tell us your premise. The big thing here is your writing should be strong enough for you to tell us of what we think and have a person form their own opinions, because that's the most basic concept of any of this shit. Form your own personal opinions. The fact that you have said this has immediately made you... The problem here is you saying this, anything you say is good, I'm going to immediately think is cringe. Anything that you say is bad, I'm going to immediately think is based. Not because I think that, again, like they nerf the Jovians into being the bad guys, again, because they don't believe that you should re-sleeve into a child. We'll get to the child. We'll get to the child, children, don't you worry. However, again, it's like, guys, please don't do this. Like, I don't know why people fucking do it all the time. It's very annoying. All art is political. Don't believe this. Do not let the brainworms get to you. Please, I beg of you. But yes, kind of see basic idea: transhumanism, re-sleeving, ego manipulation. Now, I'm going to say the word re-sleeving and morph a lot, but I'm going to give you all a very basic understanding of what that is. Now, look down and see your body. So you say, hey, this is my body. Now, picture if you could just, like, you could go somewhere and say, hey, I want a new body, and then upload your mind to a brand new body. That's re-sleeving. A little bit more complicated than that, but that's the basic concept. You want a new body, you get a new body. That's the most basic concept of Eclipse phase and some of the more interesting aspects of it. You want to do things? You can. That's perfectly fine. These are all people that are available for you to play. These are all, technically, in some variety of existence, a human. This squid man, this octopus man, probably an octopus that we just uplifted. This giant gorilla man, probably a gorilla that was uplifted. But this crow, maybe it's a crow that was uplifted. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe this person is something completely different. Maybe this person has gone through 5 different sleeves. Maybe this person isn't actually a human being, but instead an AI. We don't know. You can very easily change the way you are and the way you look. Yeah, kind of like conspiracy, science, politics, yes. Politics. Change. But yes. The main 3 campaigns you can really do is a firewall campaign. Effectively, clandestine operatives, you're a firewall agent, you stop things, you kind of bring together to do things. You are brought together to perform missions and do things like that. However, gate crashing is you are going through Pandora gates, because we discovered that there are aliens. Aliens do exist, and they're all weird. You can go through the Pandora gates. If you go through any of these gates, you're going to end up on alien worlds. As doing this is a little risky, you are going in there and you are doing your best. You're fighting the good fight. And as such, go get them cheap. You can also do a criminal campaign, which are more about like adventure and fuck the system a little bit. And that's kind of the basic concept of it. There's quite a few different criminal groups. What are they criming over? I don't know, but they are. You can do salvage, mercenary, research, political, or survival, things like that. Generally speaking, everyone's going to have a few different ways they're going to approach situations. Learn how to use a gun, know how to talk to people, and know how to do some things. That's really all you need to. You can have like one character who's a combat god, and they can pretty easily, as long as the rest of you can support them, they'll be fine. The whirlwind of death man can probably deal with most problems. Yeah, he doesn't know how to count to 5, but he doesn't need to know how to count to 5. He's an 800-pound gorilla with a shotgun. Yeah, alright, cool. Okay, he's doing his own thing. We do not need to mess with the 800-pound gorilla with an automatic shotgun who is really good friends with everyone who has gun in their name. Like, okay, we don't need to mess with him. Now, yeah, like cluster habitat. A lot of ways they have to set up things for you. But at its most basic, this is Eclipse phase is a D100 system. That's all you really need to know. So, I want to say, oh no, I need to make a check. I rolled a 70. Anything under 70 would be a success. I rolled a 25. Anything under 25 would be a success. Easy enough to understand. Nothing complicated. The only weird thing is when it comes to superior results. This is incredibly weird. I don't know if I like this or not. So, effectively, if you roll 33 or more that succeeds, you get a superior success. If you roll 66 or more, you get 2 superior successes. Now, what does this exactly mean? So, let's say, for example, I have a 66 in a skill. I have a base skill. If I roll a 33, I would get a superior success. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that would be a superior. I would have rolled and I would be fine. I would have gotten something. I would have gotten a benefit. If somehow, for example, let's say my base skill was 67, I rolled a 1, I would be a double superior. Because it's 66 under, effectively. It would be 66 under. You're not really going to get this unless you're doing some extreme results. However, if you roll 66 or more, if you roll 66 or less and it still fails. Actually, wait. Did I read that wrong? Fuck me. This is a weird way of wording. I might have worded that wrong. No, I was reading that wrong. I'm not going crazy, in fact. I'm not going crazy, because I read this original... Remember, kids, don't read things after 30 hours not sleeping. Yeah, I knew I was fucking wrong, and was like, that makes no fucking sense. Effectively, if I'm looking at this correctly, if I read this right, if you roll a 33 or more, that succeeds, you get superior. Roll a 66 or more, and you get 2 superior successes. So, if I were to roll a... So if I have like a 75 skill rating, if I roll a 68, I would have technically gotten a double superior. Because I rolled above 66, and if I rolled a 44, I would have gotten I would have just gotten a superior result. On the other hand, if I fail on a 66 or less, it's a superior failure. A 66 or less, but on a 33, but I fail on a 33 or less, it would be a double superior. So if you were to fail on like a 30, it would be double failure. But if you fail on like a 55, that would just be it would still be a fail, but it would only be a single fail, effectively. All right, that's kind of weird. Maybe I think I read that wrong the first time. Very strange. Doesn't really it doesn't show up too often. Criticals, dubs, crits. Simple enough to understand. Characters' innate talents and default skills linked to aptitude. Yep, lacks gun skills. You can always rely on your... You can always rely on your ability on your aptitudes. Yeah. You can't critically succeed or anything if you are defaulting. Generally speaking, if you're defaulting, things are already gone pretty bad. Teamwork, you get a plus 10. Nothing too exciting. Listen to your base. Pose tests. Simple enough. If you've ever played D100 game, you know how these work. Most of the time, when it's your turn during an action, you get 1 complex, 1 quick, 1 task, 1 quick, or 3 quick actions. You actually get a lot to do on a single turn, and that's okay. I like that. That's activating a device, detailed perception, draw a weapon, duck behind cover, gesture jump, open door. Yeah, so there's a lot you can do on a single turn, and that's good. I like that. Initiative and order of actions. Initiative is effectively the same thing as you kind of see here. Like your initiative stat is equal to your intuition plus reflexes divided by 5. As you can tell, my initiative is 6. I'm going to be operating at 6. Roll 1d6 and add my initiative stat. So effectively with a plus 6, I would be acting at 11 now. Wow, I'm moving real fast. Generally, it goes down. Now, you can always spend from these pools. Let's go down. Now, these pools are everything you get. You kind of see right up here. These are our pools of some variety. And you can recharge them to get more back. So, but what do these pools do? Generally speaking, any of these pools, you can use them to do something. Hey. You know, like vigor points can be added to, linked to reference some semantics, things like that. Generally, before a roll, ignore all modifiers. You have a -3, spend a point, get rid of it. Before a roll, add plus 20. Your test target number. Hey, flip the rolls. 83 becomes 38. Upgrade success to a superior success. Downgrade a critical failure to just a regular failure. Ongoing, insight, moxie, vigor. Or to a skill test linked to an aptitude for 24 hours. Now, effectively, you can use these pools to do what you want. So, insight. You can burn this to take the initiative. Get extra actions for mental or mesh actions. Different. Acquire clues. Oh, you're doing Moxie now. Refresh rep. Acquire clues. Control your infection. This is very important. Negate problems. Ignore trauma. Vigor. Initiative. Some extra actions. Flex. Do shit. Part of me, I'm not a huge fan of it. It is a very strong meta. It's a meta currency. At the very end of the day, it is a full-on meta currency that you use to do things. You wanna, do you like meta currencies? If the answer is no, I don't like meta currencies, it's going to be a little annoying. If you're fine with them, it's going to be fine. Out of anything, I am not entirely opposed to these because they are things that you, the player, get to have to manage. You acquire them, you spend them, it is your prerogative. The GM is not giving you good boy points, you're not earning these by very anomalous factors. They're effectively like luck. You know, they're not luck. Luck is a terrible way of wording it. But these are things that you, the player, get to manage, not the game master, not other players like giving you free bonus points or whatever. And they're very particular about, here's how you can recharge them. You want to take a 10-minute break? Cool. You want to do fucking sleep effectively for about 4 hours or 8 hours without the proper biomods? You get them everything back. And they even say, do not hoard. Yeah. Spend them when you need it. Easy enough. Now, most of the morphs you're going to get are going to be tied individually, and each of them are going to have their own bonuses and penalties to it. I'm going to be using my own. I am in a Sylph one, but these can change based on it, but you also may get some bonus ones by just you. So, the big thing to note is the idea of the ego and the morph. Your ego is you. Remember this. This is you. It's your mind, personality, your memories, your traits, your learned skills. You can be put in any morph of your choice, but your ego will always be your ego, who you are. You know, but sometimes things can change. Hey, what happens when I die? Well, they take out your cordial stack and they upload your brain again to be like, hey man, welcome back to the land of the fucking living. You're like, shit, what happened? You got shot and your head exploded. Like, nah, that sucks. Nah, yeah, you're alive again. Don't worry. Now, your morph, on the other hand, is your new body. They change, they die. They might be considered expendable, but your ego will always live on. These are your ego stats. Cognition, intuition, reflexes, savvy, semantics, willpower. You might not be a physically strong person. You might morph into a fucking gorilla mech. That gorilla is incredibly powerful. You, however, are not. You don't know how to exploit it. You don't understand that very well. You can be incredibly intelligent. You can have very high intuition. You can be very willful, be very savvy, but things are going to help you to improve that. Most of the time, though, it's like, let's say, for example, I've got my stats right here. I need to check my intelligence. Intuition. Most of the time, if I'm checking my intuition, what's going to happen is I'm going to do whatever it is times 3. That's going to be my base score to worry about. So my intelligence is 20. I'm going to that's 20. And 20 times 3, obviously, is 60. So I've rolled a 31. I would have succeeded. My life is falling apart. But yes, I would have succeeded at that. But my reflexes is kind of dog shit. My somatics. I'm not a very physical person. That's not the point. I'm not supposed to be one. Now, you do have, again, you can choose your morphs, various skills, your drive stats. Most of your drive stats are going to be tied to mostly when it comes to your morph, but not all of them. But then you have your reputations, because remember, you are not... There's no money anymore. Money is gone. Money is a thing of the past. However, you have A-Ray, a circle of A-list for autonomous anarchists, Titanians, scum, and extrapopians. CivicNet, used by Planetary Consortium, Morningstar Constellation, Lunar Language Alliance, Lunar Lagrange Alliance, Jovian Republic, and other hypercorps. FREP, GREP, IREP, RREP, XREP. The higher your reputation is with these, because these are effectively like skills, the higher these are, the more you can you can pull on it a little bit. So for example, Spoinglo here, Spoinglo Kraska, as you can see, he's got 50 C rep. Quite a few C rep. That's quite a bit, in fact. With 50 C rep, he's got 50 on, he can really leverage the hypercorps capitalist thing like that. He can leverage that very easily. He's also got some G rep. G rep is he works for criminals, triads, cartels, gangs, and maybe some less good ones. But he's also got a little bit of I rep, as you can kind of see here. He's got a little bit of I in research. He's not as much into it, but he's still got it. He's got it. Derive stat formulas. Now, in the original game, you just got a bunch of character points and being like, that's it, have fun, asshole. In this version, you instead are going to choose things. You're going to choose a background, career, interest, faction, and aptitude templates. This is the most basic kind of idea of what you're going to be kind of doing, how you're going to be doing things. So what do your backgrounds give you? Your backgrounds are going to give you different skills. And kind of see, we got freefall, hardware, interface pilot. This is just being a colonist. Maybe you're an enclaver, maybe you're a freelancer. Oh no, you're indentured. You're info life. You're actually an AGI. You're a digital consciousness. Maybe you're isolated. You grew up that way. Now, once I determined that you could do random, of course, I rolled. So I became underclass. Veteran of slums, favela ghettos, and flooded cities of Earth. You get whatever is necessary. Hell yeah. So then I chose a career. So, careers, same thing. You just get a blanket full of skills. This is the most important thing. You get a blanket of skills that you can apply, and you add them together, up to 80. If you get any more than 80, you just distribute the skills elsewhere. Technically, what you can do, if you get two of the same, you can say, oh, well, I've got 30 points here. I'm going to put these 30 points somewhere else. I chose to do that, and I worked out pretty well. Random career. Generally speaking, there are not even 20 careers. There are 14 careers to choose from, and 8 to 10 are re-rolling them. Yeah, maybe not a lot, but hey, buy the next book. Most of these are pretty simple stuff. Again, nothing amazing, nothing huge. Interests are like hobbies and careers. I, of course, roll forensic specialist, and I'm like, okay, I'm a back alley doctor. Cool. I'm a really shitty back alley doctor as I have no medical skill. So these are what my stats turned out to be. I was an underclass scientist, forensic specialist, and I work for a hypercorp. As such, these are my various skills. 75 in perceive, because I thought that was I'm very good at researching. Forensics, kinesthetics, kinesthetics. Yeah, your faction is, as you kind of see here, various groups that you're going to have to assign what your actual goal is. So I'm in the know for various hypercorps. I know what those are, because these are no skills. These are things that you know about. Now, because of this, my motivation would be tied to my hypercorp. Whatever I'm doing, that's what I'm supposed to do. you're like, oh, well, you should, wait till you've picked it up. Generally speaking, choose something that is vaguely appropriate of what you're going to be playing. When in doubt, play an Argonaut. Or, hey, you want to play something we're playing on Mars, Posthuman. Maybe you're an Extropian. Maybe you're just a criminal. Maybe you are, you can do some of the more exotic ones until you're like, okay. Titanian, techno-socialists. Yeah. Get ready. And then you choose your aptitude template. Yes, an aptitude template. Yeah. This is the, you get, there are seven different attributes. Pretty much, I guess you would call them attribute templates to choose from. Choose one that seems vaguely appropriate, and that's it. Congratulations. You done it. And then you kind of do whatever your total skills are. Generally speaking, you don't get a ton of skills. You don't really need a ton of skills. We see keeping aptitude and skills in multiples of 5, but this is not a requirement. Not a requirement. But yeah, that's pretty much the basics behind a lot of things. You get some very basic languages. I chose to be English and French because I thought that was funny. Everyone gets some bonus flex because we all love flex. They say 60-40 for everything, but hey, you don't really need to. Normally you get 20 customization points. The customization points can be anything like getting better reputation, investing in more flex, getting languages, getting more skills. I invested mine mostly, I got 10 ego traits. I thought that was very important. I increased my flex, got some extra rep, got some extra skills, and that was my goal. I wanted to get as much as I could for as little as possible. I want to make a very simple character, then you do all your derive stats. Now, you get morph points by your morph. Now, again, choose your motivation. Cool, very basic skills. None of the skills are too weird. So if we go over to the skills, none of the skills are really weird. The skills that are really strange, that kind of throw people for a loop a little bit, are things like Fray and Fray versus ranged attacks. Fraying, at the end of the day, all Fray is dodging. That's all you have to really think about it. Information security, interfacing, mostly when it comes to tech stuff. Now, you may be seeing like, oh, well, you have a shit ton of skills. Generally speaking, you won't have that many skills. Generally, if you're looking at this, anything under about 20 is actually me just writing it in from here, because you kind of see they're linked together. That's what I just wanted to do. I just want to say, like, this is roughly what a character is going to look like, of like what your actual talents are. And some of them are dog shit. Having dog shit skills happens. Please don't do that. Dog shit skills hurt, and everyone loses. Yeah, aptitude range, 15 presenting an average chance human. Yeah, it increases by that aptitude's base value. But yeah, generally speaking, programming, provoking, research. My best is research. I have 80 in research. I'm insane when it comes to researching things. But yeah, very simple character creation. Nothing too. It doesn't take a shit ton to actually learn how to do things, and everything makes sense. There's no completely bizarre skills that make absolutely no sense until you start seeing things like kinesics, or kinesics. Sometimes when you see things like that, that's where it gets a little bit weird, because the entire idea here is read someone's emotional states. It's more designed to emote. Reading them is more difficult. Apply a negative 30 modifiers. neomorphs. Yeah. Really, it's only one or two that are kind of strange, but it makes sense in context. Knowing things, nothing too exotic there. Complementary skills. Hey, did the two of these skills kind of work together? Awesome. They complement one another. If you have the right no skill, that means you have the right, you might get some benefits, later down the ride. So for example, I'm really good at black markets. See there with black markets, if I look here, black market 60. If I want to do a research on black markets, I would get a plus 20 to my roll. I would effectively be impossible for me to completely fail it. Because guess what? That's one thing I fucking know. It's not difficult for me to know this. Now, morphs. Ah, yes. Now, in the original version of the game, in the original game, there were dozens, hundreds of morphs. This is a very cut down number of morphs available, and a very cut down version of the rep system seems kind of flat. Rep system, it does seem a little flat at times, but when you kind of realize how they do a lot with it. They do a lot with the rep system because that's the only way to purchase items, because there's no money in the game. So they have to treat the rep system as one of the main ways of improvement, just as much as one of the main ways of, how do I want to word this? One of the main reward vectors. Because normally in a game, you might say, hey, you complete the quest, I'm going to pay you money. Or, hey, you complete it, you complete this objective, I'm going to give you something. Like, here is like the narrative reward, you save the day, everyone loves you, you get 10,000 gold. And then you get the physical reward. You get the 10,000 gold, and people like me a little bit more. Who cares though? I got 10,000 gold, hell yeah. Here, they can't give you money, because money isn't worth anything, so they give you rep instead. Rep is the value. Rep is what your physical reward, you could say. Now, morphs are, again, sleeves and shells available for characters. You have to purchase at least one morph, but there are some which are free. And you might have to get other ones that are a little bit more expensive, but don't worry, you can just leverage your friends. Now, how do we move? What BioWare, cyberware, hardware is available? Now, you can actually, increase the cost to get it. They say the base default is 6 MP. Or from an exowomb, grown to adulthood either naturally or at a slightly accelerated rate. Yeah, remember, the people inside of these are not their normal bodies. You can grow them to make them look like your original body, but these aren't their real bodies. These are morphs. So, flats are baseline, unmodified humans born with all the natural defects, hereditary diseases, and other genetic mutations evolved from that evolution so lovingly applies. Flats are increasingly rare outside bioconservative enclaves. Most died off with the rest of humanity during the fall. They don't cost anything. They might have the genetic defect traits. Yeah, very cheap to get, by the way. Very cheap. Splicers. What if we get rid of all the problems? Exalt. Better human. What if we have a better human? And these are your kind of like you would get. This is your wound threshold. How difficult it is to actually hurt you. How much durability do you actually have? This is your base health. And how much, I believe that was your DR is. That's your damage resistance. Am I losing my fucking mind? Fucking DR. I'm losing my mind. DR is... This is called forgetting something pivotal because you're a fucking idiot. God, where's the yeah, also get ready to remember all of these things, by the way. Death rating, that's it. Your death rating. Effectively, how much damage you need to take to actually, you know, kick the metaphorical bucket. So, for example, human being. I can take 30 damage. If I hit 45 damage, I'm dead. You know, reach 0 durability, I'm not dead. I'm fucked up and need assistance. Gotta see here. Actually, yeah, even like a baseline model is a lot cheaper. Is a lot easier for you to kind of kick down and be like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna live. Now, I'm tactically trying to skip there because I want to ride, you know, here are the rusters and belters and bouncers. Gotta see here, MP4, MP3, barely available. Now, each one of these is going to come with different BioWare, biomods, different tolerances, and the most important one to know is if you see the cortical stack. Most of these have a cortical stack in them. If they have one, and you get shot repeatedly and die, you're going to get back up after your friends take out the cortical stack and plug you into a new body. But as you can see, enhanced respiration, mesh inserts, radiation sense, all of these do something. You know, adapt to survival with minimum gear on the not fully terraformed Mars environment. These transgenic morphs field insulated skin for more effective thermoregulation and respiratory system improvements. Yeah, rusters used to be completely red. Bouncers are effectively designed entirely for microgravity. Like they were literally designed to be in nature. Now, welcome. Say hello to Neotenics. Neos are fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie. Neotenics are probably the weirdest fucking thing in the entire game by just wording alone, and I'm gonna read it out. Neotenics are transhumans modified to retain a childlike form. Childlike form. They are smaller, more agile, inquisitive, and less resource depleting, making them ideal for habitat living in spacecraft. Some people find Neotenics leaves distasteful, especially when employed in certain media and sex work capacities, but most are designed to be neuter-gendered. Why'd you gotta bring that up? Why'd you gotta bring up the child sex work? You just feel like bringing that in? Just gotta slide into the fucking DMs with that one? What the fuck are you smoking, Eclipse Phase? What the fuck are you on about? The fuck? Yeah, probably one of the weirdest aspects of this game is the Neotenics. And it's, yeah, someone got too high on their own lore. Yeah, honest to God. Because it's one of those things where you sit there for a moment and you're like, if they just said, you know, some people find this very distasteful to sleeve into what, you know, effectively a child's form, you know, a child's sleeve. But you could put in there the idea of like, but there are a lot less children out there now. Yeah, children don't exist really anymore. You know, birth rates have been cut down in like a quarter. Because, hey, turns out when a third of humanity decides they want to be fucking space whales and have sex with each other, yeah, it gets a little bit complicated. Yeah, it gets a little bit complicated when we don't have a body anymore. And it was just one of those things I looked at there, I'm like, you could have really easily just not said anything. You could have not bring up that, but they chose to. And it's just one of the, you know, it's man-made horrors beyond comprehension. That summarizes some of these. Futuras are supposed to be, yeah, you kind of see, most of them are here. Some of them actually don't have, like, some of them are like there and they don't have any image because Mentons were, Mentons are effectively Yakubans, as you are playing a smart person. Literally, you are predisposed to being intelligent. Yeah, here are hibernoids. They are hibernoids, transgenetic modified humans, heavily altered sleep patterns and metabolic processes. Voluntary hibernation, halting their metabolism or need for oxygen. Yeah, Olympians. Yeah, they were actually saying Olympians got cut, but Olympians are here. You can even play Exalt. You know, cardiovascular Olympians are common among athletes, dancers, freerunners, gate crashers, and soldiers. I chose to play a Sylph model because I found that funny. Yeah, their metabolism been mod sanitized to eliminate unpleasant bodily odors, distinctive good looks, ethereal and elfin features, and slim, lithe bodies. I thought it was just funny to play like, yeah, I'm just a weird nerd man in a Sylph body. Yeah, Furies. If you grab one of the like Ghosts and Furies, you physically like can't really get any modifications unless you get some problems, especially if you're playing a remade. Yeah, you want to play a remade, which is effectively I am becoming human too. Yeah, you get a bunch of things. You're probably going to take something that is a little bit of an issue, but hey. Now, these are your pod people, designed as biological androids. Their parts are grown separately using accelerated cybernetic system shortcuts. This entire process produces a frontal functional body in a fraction of the time to clone a standard biomorph. Yeah, playing a pod person, the issue is you don't have a fully developed brain. Yeah, the pods lack reproductive functions and are usually neuter. Non-human pods are increasingly common. Yeah, you could play a Nova Crab if you want. You want to play a Spider Crab stock grown for larger human size. Yeah, have no fear. We can evolve to become crab. You want to be a faux humans for intimate entertainment purposes and indulgent hedonism. Yeah, I'm capable of switching between multiple sex configurations. Have no fear, everyone. I'm going to, trigger my sex modifications. Security pod, AI-operated soldiers, shapers. You're just a weird person. These are your uplifts. Because hey, we got desperate for people. We got real fucking desperate for human beings. So we started uplifting animals. Uplift to human level intelligence. And then like, hey, you want to be a neo-avian? This is how you play a neo-avian. You want to play a neo-chimpanzee or bonobo? Go for it. Neo-chimp? Have no fear, everyone. It's time to chimp out. A neo-Neanderthal? Neo-gorilla? Yeah, you can also play a neo-orangutan if you really want. Or a neo-octopus. Not can, will. The time for no more time for monkeying around. Synthmorphs are effectively robots that you can play as, including cases, which are this. This is a case. These aren't people. These are target practice. Make fun of people in a case. Places should your primary morph be killed or killed or destroyed. Yes, built-in stress management systems help survivors handle the trauma of their recent death. Because I want you to imagine this real fast. You're hanging out, you're doing stuff. Yeah, I'm a cool dude. I'm super neat. and then you are, and then everything just black. Then an undetermined amount of time later, you awaken in a tiny little pod thing, and you see all your friends, and you're like, hey, what happened? Being like, oh, there's your corpse. You got shot and you died violently. You can kind of see it over there. Do you see your corpse? Do you see your still twitching body in which you used to be alive in? Yeah, don't worry about it. I bet it was real painful when you died screaming in pain. It took you like 20 minutes to stop screaming. It was horrific. Wow. Yeah, dragonfly. You want to become a dragonfly or a swarmoid or put yourself in a synth. Yeah, this is really what we mean by the beautiful thing of Eclipse phase. Hey, you want to be a savant, Galateans? Yeah, you can play an arachnoid if you want. Do you want to play a gigantic arachnoid creature of death? Yes, you can. Designed to counter bio-chauvinist attitudes. Yeah, modular, customizable, bots. Hey, cool. Slap some shit in there. Become better. You can do it. You're okay. You're not human. And of course, we also have, and how can we forget your infomorph? Your infomorph is effectively the representation of you on the internet. It's still a form of you. Of course, you can also play an icon, which does mean that you are free to play a VTuber in this game. If you really want to, play Eclipse Phase as just a VTuber. That's perfectly fine. Almost too fine, to be perfectly frank with you. And then you get gear. Yeah, depending on whatever the campaign type is, you get some basic gear. Whatever your profession is, you get some basic gear. And that's it. You can buy most of these you can buy pretty easily. Now, you may notice some of these are morph traits. Now, to kind of explain this a little bit, you can spend more of your morph points to get better things. So, for Spoinglow Kraska, I invested in Resolve 2. My willpower gets a bonus. Because I am a resolve, I have resolve. I'm a hardened person. I am like, yeah, I'm a smart guy. However, myself, I invested a little into myself to get Acumen 2. As long as I am in myself, my acumen, my cognition over here is considered to be 30, which is jacked. However, no matter what morph I go into, I can always buy situational awareness, and I will always have situational awareness and Resolve 2. So effectively, because of it's in the ego and the morph. Ability, allies. And of course, you can also have some negative ones. Finally, my dreams of VTubing someone to death. Yes. It is very easy. Oh, goodness. Did we die? Doesn't say we died. But it's also saying we died. Are we still coming in? Yeah, it looks like it's still coming in. Nothing is saying. Okay, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, on my side, it says my stream health is I am offline, so I'm like, my OBS says I'm good. Twitch is saying I am not good, so this will be fun. But yeah, as you can kind of see, octopuses and stuff. Oh, you have animal empathy. You have the common sense ability. You're limber. Some of these things are morph only because they're physical. Hey, you're you know this one. Generally speaking, take more familiarity. If you're thinking about you're going to be moving around quite a bit, take more familiarity with something that you like morphing into, and just write it down. Generally speaking, would think more familiarity should be free. It should be a penalty that you don't have more familiarity. Let's just say that. Hey, you're actually you're psionic. That's also another big thing. We'll talk a little bit about the psionic. Now we start getting into the negative traits of hey, you're addicted to things. You look really old. Physically aged and has not been rejuvenated. Yeah, you just are really bad luck. You're really yeah. Hey, someone hates you. You have combat paralysis. Your memories are edited. You have enemies. Where was the enhanced behavior? Your conduct or moods are modified. Reprogram via time accelerated psychosurgery. Yeah, you want to have something real fucked up, have enhanced behavior. Yeah, behavior is enforced, emotions are compulsory and ongoing. If restrained from conduct, the emotion is suppressed, suffered fucking stress damage. Hey, you have genetic defects. Hey, you have low pain tolerance. Hey. Yeah, you could do some planned obsolescence. Yeah, it's great. You wanna get some planned obsolescence? Hey, you wanna get weird non-human biochemistry? Awesome. You have no insurance. Yeah. There is quite a few different things you can do in this game to make yourself there, but this is a very basic character. Say hello to Dante, who's a Venusian gene hacker. Yes, you can just play you want to play a gorilla? Yes, of course I want to play a gorilla. Why wouldn't I want to play a gigantic gorilla hacker? Hey, look, woman. Cool, dragonfly. Woman. Yeah, there's quite a few different things available. What is your what fucking morph are you running? What morph are you running? Yeah, I don't like X risks. I'm like, wow, who would have fucking thought? Oh, you're running a bouncer. Let's see. You are running a sylph, so yeah, sylphs are all very pretty looking. You're running a ghost biomorph. Yeah, what are you running? A Futura. Wow. Neo Gorilla. Yeah, like what are you? Oh, you know, I'm just a weird infomorph and I don't exist technically. Hey, what are you? I'm a fucking spider bot who could speak Arabic. Yeah, you want to play Yeah, you want to play a good old fucking spider bot and be like, "Hello, it's me, Slitheroid." Want to play a fucking Neo Avian? You can play a fucking. Yeah, there's quite a few. And also, here's just a dude. Yeah. Now, this is lore. Don't need to worry about any other fucking lore because it doesn't really fucking matter for what we're doing here today. Fuck yeah, lore. Yep. Yeah, lore. Let's skip it all. So, combat is pretty simple stuff. It's a lot of declaring, what are you actually doing? What are you actually using to defend yourself? Generally, when you are making a defense, you are using your fray. Almost every single action you do is going to be a opposed action, unless you are completely surprised and cannot defend yourself. If someone comes up behind you and shoots you in the back and you don't know, you're not making a fray test, they're making a test to hit you. But most of the time, it's, oh fuck, I'm being attacked with a knife. I succeed at my dodging a fucking knife attack. Make a pose test, determine result. Yeah, hey, ignored, getting hit is bad enough. Defender superior, critical failure. It's like, oh, reach superior attacker gets bonuses. So, combat modifiers. You can kind of see here a lot of different little modifiers that can be applied. Hey, the attacker's moving. You're in a better position. You're hurt. Being called shots. You're blindly attacking. Roll damage. Apply armor. Apply damage. Determine wounds. Now, very basic stuff here. You kind of see how all this works. Let me see if we can go down to find the wound. A lot of different kinds of like ranged combat. Generally speaking, the only weird rule is the idea of aiming. Is if you take a moment and aim, you get a bonus to hit. That's literally all it is. It's not complicated. Ranged combat is not anything that takes a lot to worry. Literally, combat is very simple in this game. This game is not complicated. There's just a lot of little rules, if that makes sense. It's not a card game. It's not like, oh man, you gotta get the fucking abacus out and I gotta start calculating my, cock length ratios and what. No. The hardest part of this game, quite literally, at the end of the day, is all the minor rules and just double checking. Hey, am I full autoing? Am I doing a burst fire? Have I aimed? Yes. Is the attacker am I using a smart link? Am I using a smart link or laser sight? No. Are they behind cover? Yes. What range are we on? Well, you're within 2 meters. Okay. It's just a lot of little things like that. And then you get, like, what's beam weapons? Beam weapons do something completely different. Generally speaking, beam weapons bad. Beam weapons hurt, and they will kill you. Battle laser. Notice the 3d10 plus 4 damage. Kinetic weapons, you kind of see here, this is what a vast majority of very simple weapons do. If we go down to medium pistol, standard gun. 2d10 damage. They say these are your average damage, and they say, like, one of the big things is for larger combats, they do encourage people to use heavier, to use the averages when you're just doing, like, running a lot of enemies, or if the players are like, hey, I just want to use it's kind of like make a decision early on if you want to use averages or not. But you can kind of tell, like, even down like a medium pistol, 2d10 damage doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 2d10 damage. And I have 30 durability. I can take about 2-3 hits reliably. You're going to need to pump up some armor. Like, getting hit by... You can take a few hits decently well. But anything beyond that's getting a little bit hectic. Especially when you start adding, like, full auto, burst firing. And suddenly, someone's clicked the button and your face has been reduced to atoms. This also isn't dealing with the, what I would like to casually refer to as the autism ammo scale. Have no fear, everyone. We've got ammo. A lot of ammo. AccuShot bullets change shape during flight to keep dead on course, countering the effect of winds dragging gravity over distance. Ignore range modifiers with AccuShots. Seeker weapons. Have no fear. Here's all the grenades. You want to jump on a grenade? Here's... Yep. Seeker weapons. Oh boy, you want to have a seeker armband? Want to have a seeker pistol? Want to have all these explosive grenades? Bang! Most most armor though, luckily for everyone involved pretty much, most armor is actually split between energy and kinetic. 6 damage, so 2d10 minus 6. Again, you can ignore a lot of damage this way. Some of these are very, very fucking heavy too. Such as, for example, even like a light armor vest can soak 10 damage. That's quite a bit. But, wearing full body armor is 14. Hey, you're doing pretty good. There's just one problem wearing that. You aren't going to be wearing body armor in some places. Don't wear body armor, because that shit's expensive. It's weird for me to roll up in my tank suit, let's just say that, which is one of the advantages of playing a synthoid. Turns out, when you are a hulking spider bot, you don't really give a shit. Yep. You don't really give a shit. Like, it's astounding. Get in the crash chute, Shinji. Yeah, you even get things like, see, where was the one? Yeah, unless it's concealable, it's like, yeah, this is a little awkward. Battle suits and things like that. Getting any kind of armor is a little bit complicated. And mostly when it comes down to like, oh, you're doing really, really exceedingly well. Oh, I'm wearing, a light armor vest. Get an energy weapon. Pop, pop, pop goes the fucking weasel, we'll cook you inside out. Oh. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. It's mostly around working around the problem, if that makes sense. How do you work around the armor? How do you work around the situation? Especially like wearing any kind of armor is fucked. You get a lot of different... a lot of different penalties to wearing too much armor. Armor visibility as well. Plus 30 infiltrate skill. Yeah. Having any kind of armor is a little bit sus, because it's kind of an investigation game. That's kind of the main, you could say one of the main advantages is trying to get through security. We're wearing lighter armor. And, hey, body armor isn't very fashionable unless you make it that way. Various armor mods, various equipment you can do to make sure that you look cool. Now, wounds, death, and bleeding out. So, every single morph you have has a wounding value, has a wound threshold. So, that wound threshold, if I were to take X amount of damage I were to take my wound threshold over, I have a wound now. So let's say I get, they roll and they deal 6 damage to me. That's a wound. I have taken something pretty nasty to my health. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck me. This is really bad. I've got a wound. Now, what do wounds do? Well, very simply put, -10 to all tests. You take any kind of wounds, doesn't matter if your durability is super high, still, you're looking really bad. And if you get 2 or more wounds from the same attack, you might go unconscious. That's how you're really going to keep yourself alive or die horrifically, is you're going to take too many wounds. I'm distorting, help me, sir. Kill myself. Sorry, you're stuck here forever, Sterner. But yes, welcome to the death rating. If you hit too much damage equal to your death rating, you just fucking die. Rip out their Quartal stack. Biomorphs heal very quickly. First aid heals very quickly. Recovery heals very quickly. Do you have the right biomods? Yes, you're going to heal very, very fast. Do you not have biomods? Yeah. One of the other advantages of playing a synthmorph is just fixing yourself up. Have a hardware guy, and you're going to be doing really good. What happens when you take stress, though? Because the most important thing about doing this is taking stress. If your stress falls below too much, you're going to enter a catatonic state in which you don't think you're in your real body anymore. Context, me mom used the dishcloth to clean the stovetop again. Pain, suffering, if you will. This is a fairly accurate representation when I do that on accident as well. Fairly accurate representation of as I try to rip my body in half. But yes, stress is going to be the thing that really is going to break you. If durability is your ability to withstand wounds, lucidity is your ability to benchmark your stability. You can take bullets, that's fine. Can you deal with the horrors of being a horrifying abomination of flesh? Maybe. Who knows? You're going to end up with the mental disorder trait. Get ready for rampant schizophrenia. Woo! Want a schizomax? I always knew we could schizomax. Yeah, this is also one of those games that you can get various disorders, or you can also do it. You can also perform psychosurgery and just get rid of it. You just have anxiety, atavism. They regress the behaviors more in line to their animalistic predecessors. Cosmic anxiety disorders. A conversion disorder. Blindness, deafness, inability to speak, loss of balance. Bipolar. Yes, you can be bipolar. It's triggered by grief, helplessness, sleep deprivation, violence. Autophagy. This is anxiety disorder characterized by self-cannibalism of the limbs, usually only occurs among neo-octopi. You make a successful will check or begin to consume one of your limbs. Interestingly enough, you can develop ADHD as a disorder. Do you get a buff if you collect all the disorders like Pokemon? No, you are just a wreck. It is one of those weird things that they are saying, oh, this is a psychological disorder you can get by having horrible, realizations that your body and soul is being ripped apart from the inside out. You now have ADHD. Depression, clinical depression, dissociated personality disorder. The other personality must be role-played. Fugue, impulse control, insomnia. Yes, phobias, paranoia, And of course, my personal favorite, reiterative schizophrenia. Yes. Because the thing is, they don't tell you what happens when you do get mental health issues. You know, once it breaks, once your stress breaks and you get trauma, trauma's the same thing. Negative 10 to everything. And getting rid of acute stress responses is very important. Permanent meltdown. Undergo permanent meltdown. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Yeah, you beat your lucidity, you acquire a mental disorder. So yeah, understanding helplessness, the unknown, violence, anything like that may have you develop ADHD. I don't know about that. Something about that feels very wrong. I can't put my finger on what it is. Yeah, this is one we're going to start going a little bit faster through simply because there's a lot. Social actions. You can effectively socially manipulate people by using two fucking skills. It's a little weird, but stressful situations. Legitimately, things hurt you. Yeah, watching all of the stressful experiencing. Now, they talk about lack here a little bit. The context of lack is, okay, let's imagine something real fast. You're walking around. You're like, yeah, I'm doing fine. You've been shot point blank in the chest with a shotgun. Your guts are splayed out. It takes you about 30 seconds to die in horrific agony. Black. You wake up. Hey man, you're fine. You remember the last 30 seconds? The last 30 seconds to you have been horrific agony. And now it's been a week later because no one bothered to upload your brain. That's lack. It's just the fact that you just ceased to exist for a week, and now you're back. Especially when things start getting weird. When it's like, oh, well, we had to do some psychosurgery on you to make sure that you'd be fine. Don't worry. Hey, we fixed you. We fixed you. Yay! Set on fire. Awareness of imminent death. Betrayal by friend. Yeah. Remember your death. Committing violence in self-defense. Yeah. Yeah, horrifying, terrible things. Suffer stress due to alienation, helplessness. Take note. 5 times that acquiring a disorder, you become effectively immune to that kind of stress in the future. You acquired the hardening trait. Yeah, so the most accurate way for you to do things is watch a lot of gore videos. Like, just a shit ton of gore videos. But, like, keep yourself okay, and then you'll just become immune to violence. Just start drugging, just have your friends give you a little bit of that fun juice every now and again without you knowing. Just become drugged against your will a few times. It's fun for the whole family. Then you're just not going to care about asphyxiating or being set on fire or anything like that. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. You grow detached and callous. You cut yourself off. It's such emotion to make you transhuman. Erected mental walls. Each hardening trait means you have -10 to will checks and persuade checks. Tests. can use to overcome hardening. Yeah, you could psychosurgery back in your fear of being set on fire. Great. You have various movement abilities. There's quite a few different ways to move, but turns out you kind of need to when you can play a fucking, arachnid. Various vehicle movement rules, how vehicles operate, environmental factors, pretty easy stuff. Fun fact, don't get into high gravity if you're not prepared for it. Hey, don't asphyxiate. Hey, gravity, pain. Hey, don't set yourself on fire. Hey, radiation hurts. Hey, entering the vacuum of space is probably bad. Now, manage your rep. Yeah, rep. Downtime is pretty important. The big thing you do during downtime is that you get money. You get gear points. You get a little bit of gear points to kind of fuck around with. You can fulfill any of your responsibilities, like working, manage any of your rep, being like, hey, each success earns you 1 point of rep. Cool, I'm going to volunteer your time for collective endeavors, helping out your friends, creating art, in the streets, tracking down leads, do research, training things, more points. Yay! Mod yourself. That's cool. Spending res points. Now, the idea is that your res points are your XP, you could say. Anytime you get res points, you can spend those to do things. I want more aptitude. I want 5 skill points. I want to specialize more. I want to get ego traits. I want to get something to improve myself. Pretty easy stuff to understand. Now we're going to get really fast. Welcome to your daily life. Welcome to your everyday existence. Now, I'm going to call this very simply the Ted Kaczynski Nightmare section. Now, Ted Kaczynski's nightmare is something I like to refer to as any setting in which Ted Kaczynski would kill himself entering. Now, there's a lot of settings. However, this one is one of them, very extensively so, where it's like, this is just genuinely horrible. Because effectively, the internet is the mesh. Everything, everywhere, at all times is the internet. Everything is meshed all the time. You are permanently on Twitter. I'm so sorry. We are permanently on Twitter, and we cannot flee it. But they will still be able to anonymously ping and ding your rep scores. Yeah, because remember, everything is rep based. It's effectively down and out of the fucking Magic Kingdom. Because everything you do, people can be like, I like this person. Ding, you get an updoot. You literally survive on updoots in this game. That is your economy, is rampant updooting. Like, oh man, I really do hope that I can updoot. It's updoot hours. Yeah, as you can see, VPNs, tiered systems, islands in the net, common mesh uses. Yeah, you want to learn how to do things? Yeah, this is how you do it. You want to learn about banking? Yeah. Now, there are rules and stuff in here. All you really need to know is that it gets very complicated. The best way to understand with how meshing and hacking and a lot of those other things work is you need to find a way to get into it, and you need to be able to, and this is usually done by sniffing it out, getting inside, And from there, you just roll. It's effectively a combat operation. How do you do this? Get their mesh ID. Get a public account. Is it a user account? Do you have an admin account? Hey, well, how do we get it? Ego scan something. We need them to get inside, but we also have a biometric scan. We can just get one of their morphs. Hey, we'll just be one of their morphs. Why don't we just do that? Yeah, okay. You have pass keys, quantum keys. How do we do it? Forging it, spoofing it, code breaking. Crypto. As you kind of see here, there is a lot of different things you can do. You want to tag something? Go for it. You want to send an email? Awesome. You want to fucking run a script? Yeah. Scripting languages. Oh no, someone's trying to hack you. What do? Shut down. Just, no. Sorry, I'm kicking you out of your mesh. Sir, do not downvote. Please, sir, I need the karma to feed my children. Sir, do not downvote. Please. Sir, please. Yeah, effectively, you want to ruin someone's life is you just you downvote them too much. Oh no, I've been down-dooted too much. It's over, boys. Scripting. Simple program. Batch of instructions that you can embed. That's... Skips to be discovered in security auditing. Yeah, auditing. Now, there are a few different things to understand. This is your alley, artificial limited intelligence. And the best way to think about it is, hey, everything is there. If you want to know what an alley is, it's Joy from Blade Runner. It's a Joy. That's all they are. They're machine learning neural nets. They tell you what you need to know, and some might even have more personality. A few polites treat them as persons with limited or full civil rights and protections. Property of the people and accord no special rights. They are banned from certain roles or activities. Commanding allies. Serve and obey the instructions by authorized users. Now, you also have your muse. For personal aides and companions. They have extensive database of the user preferences, likes, dislikes, and personality quirks, so they may be more effective at being a service and anticipate needs. So the best way to think about what a muse is picture you have legitimately fucking Clippy show up. Clippy is your best friend. Clippy knows all about you. Clippy has known everything about you. Clippy understands you more than you understand you, because Clippy will save you. You might be bleeding out somewhere in some horrible, dingy back alley. Clippy shows up. Boss, you're not doing too hot. Do you want me to call for medical assistance? And you're like, no, Clippy. I'm prepared to die here. I'm ready. It's okay. Just be with me, Clippy. And then Clippy is just standing there, just being there with you as you die horribly. But then he pops back up being like, hey, you're alive again. That's what a muse is. Muses are effectively you. From lifelong interaction with friends and relatives, others are based on fictional characters, childhood pets, or imaginary friends. While of your first muse as a child was molded to suit you according to your battery of tests, over time you altered it to fit your changing tastes. Used as intelligent toys, servants, or pets, others closely viewing them as confidants, mentors, comrades, and even paramours. You, however, have contentious, even hostility, especially if muses taking an unwelcome guardian role. Yeah, effectively, this is one of those Ted Kaczynski's nightmare things where it's like, yes, you have your best friend that's been with you since you've been a child. And that your best friend also is a sentient robot that likes talking to you. It's also Willem Dafoe. Like, yeah, Willem Dafoe, it's Clippy. Like, that's the best way to think about it. Hey, steals your account, make research tasks, falsify and fluctuate your mesh ID, track people for you, anticipate your needs, have no fear, automatically ping and ding other people's reps on your behalf. Sorry, I'm commanding my Clippy to fucking downvote you. Back to the fucking Shadow Realm where you belong, motherfucker. Even when you're down. Yeah, then we have a hyper-intelligent AIs, infomorphs, the digital you. It's VR chat, except everything is worse. Copying yourself. Yeah, you want to copy. Yeah. Yeah, you can create forks of yourself pretty easily. You want to talk about, if you want to access fucking Space 4chan? Hell yeah. Yeah, researching, like, yeah, here's the research section, yay. Here's the tracking section, yay. Yeah, generally speaking, when you're hacking something, hack it and run away. Well, you're trying to improve your status. That's the most best way to kind of think about it. I'm a user, I want to be an admin, I want to be controlling admin. That's kind of the basic idea. You get exposed, well, you're having a bad time. Hack the galaxy, don't you know? I would shoot this man. Hackers and countermeasures and a lot of these little things being like, yep, all you really need to know, you're making opposed rolls. Simple hacking or hacking rules are fairly straightforward. Yep, this is legitimately, this entire section can really be, focused down to this. This is really all you need to know with it. Like, the rest of this is just very basic shit. Hey, you're in the mesh. You want to fucking combat hack someone. What do? Mesh combat. Guess what it is? It's the exact same shit. Oh no, I'm fighting an ally. What do? I'm going to wound it using my hacking powers and blow up your fucking skull. Because remember, there are cyber brains that you can hack. Yeah. You might be wondering, hey, that seems a little bit fucked up that you can hack someone's brain. The answer is, yeah, it is a little fucked up. Ripping sensors, dead zones. Yep, welcome to psionics. Effectively, all the psychics in setting are you have the evil alien virus and you are going fucking bananas. But hey, have no fear. You also are able to do a lot of things. Turns out having the ability to break someone's mind is very powerful when the mind is the only thing available. Most of the time, it's like slights and stuff are like, hey, you have better charisma, you have enhanced creativity or echo empathy. That's kind of like one of the basic ones. More advanced ones are, hey, function of biological minds, alter effects, block pain. The more you get infected with your psychoanalytical powers, the more your brain begins to turn into potatoes. You might also start going crazy. So it's the magic section. Pop a stack, building, invest in backup insurance. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. It takes about an hour to transfer an ego from a biological brain. Yeah. You want to play something who's uninsured? Yeah. You know, re-sleeving, complications. This is like one of those things that I'm like, not too, like, I think mechanics were placed here for the sake of putting in mechanics, I think, for the re-sleeving aspect. Because you have the idea of integration, adjusting to your new form. Hey, turns out turning into a giant monkey is a little hard. It's alienation. Hey, I'm a giant monkey. This is weird. I don't like this very much. Continuity. Hey, wait a second. I've been asleep for a week, but I was dead 30 seconds ago. Huh. Yeah. Well, let's say you aren't, still alive out there somewhere. This is the most transhuman choose. Yeah. Yeah. Memento Mori. Unexpected death. You're restored from a tree cordial sack. However, the break in continuity will seem as even bigger shock. You experience your own death. Physical trauma and cell death. The memory of your final moments is likely wrought with fear and horror. Yeah. Hey, you don't remember how much time it is. See, the worst part with lack, the absolute worst section of being is if you have to back up from a backup. So you can put a backup of yourself, like here. This, I think this is one way to explain with lack. I will say, well, we'll call this day. We'll say that day 0. We'll do the day 0. You link yourself at day 10 and at day 15. At day 15. Now, let's say you die on day 17. This is when you die. Now, if you bring yourself back at that time, let's say you bring yourself back at day 19, effectively, you have 2 days of time when you just cease to exist. The way that you would perceive time would be like 10 seconds ago, I was dead. 10 seconds ago, I was in horrifying agony as I was dying, and now I have resurrected myself, and that's fine. Now, you could also say, this is your backup. Well, this is one of your backups. So let's say this is backup 1. Let's say this is backup 1. You would have 4 days of loss, of lack, because this is you from day 15, not day 17. Anything that you learned or gained from 16, 17, 18 is gone. Actually, I should say 16 or 17 is gone. If you learn the secrets of the universe on day 16, die violently on 17, back yourself up for your day 15 one, you lost it. You've never had it, because that never had it. But let's say day 15 doesn't work. You go back to day 10. Backup 2. Anything, you've got about a week of information that is gone now. And you were told by people, you died a week ago, but you are effectively 9 days ahead and you died in the middle. That's a little fucked up. That's kind of the idea of lack. Like, things are very weird. You always have to make a call of like, where's our manly co-host? No one bought him yet. What? Did I not get a ding for that? Weird. I never got a ding for that. I never got a ding for that. There you go. That was very strange. I think everything... Oh, okay, I think I know what happened. I think everything registered at once for Sterner, and because he registered everything at once, I didn't pop up. Oh, that was kind of weird. Yes, hello, Manly. As you can see, we are the Artiste Collective. I thought it would be most appropriate for Degenesis and Eclipse face. But yes, re-sleeving and pools. Yeah. Re-sleeving is a somatics check. It takes -10 to all actions if you fail. And yeah, remember your death. Hey, standard alienation, loss of lack. Mm. Mm. He awakes, you estimate. We've put you in a crab. Som check is only 30. Target number 10. Re-sleeping check using will. Since you died in a firefight, that remember her grisly death. $37, a success. I mean, she only takes 1 stress point. They've died violently enough times that this time around doesn't really phase them. Yeah, re-sleeving takes, like, the fact that it's like, okay, you gotta make a test to make sure can you re-sleeve properly, and then you gotta, if you fail that, you gotta double check a bunch of things. Now, have no fear, we gotta do this, now we gotta do this. It's little things like that can be a little bit annoying, but not really. It's little details for the sake of details. So, at its core, you get 6. High-end morphs like Ghost Furies and Arachnoids, but remade morphs and Reaper remain out of reach unless they pick up some negative morph traits. Now, generally speaking, you are getting only a few amount of MP every time. Generally, it's 6. Hey, you want to get resources? You want to get the best available morph? Do that. Or get a really shitty morph. Hey, you have an awesome morph. Unfortunately, your bodies don't work. Your limbs don't work. Uh-oh. Readily available. Widespread and accessible. Others are more difficult to lay your claws on. The morph is on hand. Make an availability test. Yeah. Yeah. You can go to a place and get a new body. And generally speaking, it's time consuming to get a new body. Yep. Let's see. GM provided morph points are an abstraction. Backup insurance and resources available. Modifying morphs. You always modify your morphs. This is just like, because the thing is, the easiest way to travel in setting is not spaceships. Spaceships take a long time to get anywhere. The most accurate way to travel around is to quite literally go inside, say, hey, I want to transfer my consciousness to a different station. And they're like, sure, what kind of body do you want? Hey, I want an Exalt. Cool, we got like 5 of them on, we got like 5 of the fuckers on, clearance. Yeah, you can get one pretty fucking easy. You can also be like, hey, I want to be a Nova Crab because I am secretly a crab. I've always been a crab. You roll. Yeah, totally. We have a crab on set, and then you become a Nova Crab. You're chem with this more, which is the major complexity where in exact 3 costs. Only 2 to spare. Memory artifact. A week later, this is killed in a trap. Hypercorp security team recovers stack and re-sleeves them, but this time, GM only gives them 7 to work with. Really wants that Neurochem again. First, roll to see if the Fury Morph is available. Yep. Good old time. Get ready for modifying. You want to make a morph? Yeah, making a morph. Building a morph. Have no fear, everyone. We've got the Exo Womb. Yay. Yeah, forks, I like forks. I think forks are really cool in setting. The entire concept of a fork is, there's you, and then you copy and paste yourself. And then you are two people. Because, generally speaking, hey, I want to be a second person. You just create an alpha fork of yourself. It's an exact copy of yourself, just another one. And are they human? Maybe. Like, that's, that's kind of like one of those weird moments, like, are they human? Are they me? Maybe. Forks of themselves or loved ones rather than amused. Likewise, some wealthy hyper-elites in order to keep copies of their younger backups on hand. Yeah. Then you get things like... Then you get beta forks. Beta forks are effectively only part of you. That's only a part of you. Effectively, what I wanted to do I played Eclipse Phase once on a TG on a TG Game Finder thread. It's been 5 billion years, but I wanted to run a campaign where everyone is an alpha fork of one guy, and everyone's trying to find who the fuck the main guy is. And that's the entire campaign, is we want to find an alpha, we want to find our core person, because he's fucking somewhere, we don't know where. Yeah, gamma forks, like, a vapor is effectively, massively corrupted or heavily damaged copies of another person. Yeah, you can also prune things. Hey, what if we just remove my ability to speak French? Or what if we remove things to, what if we just got remove? Role-playing mind edits. Ignored safety protocols. Subject is an infolite or an uplift. Yeah, no, when in doubt, just merge things together. Have major memory loss as you attempt to merge people together. Even though that's not how any of this shit works. That's not how any of this shit works. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ego IDs, identification. Yeah, there's a lot that you can, Well, the clear and release. Final, help further investigation. Routine analysis. Yeah, despite suspect being held in mass isolation. Yeah. You can do, like, hey, it's identity theft. Have no fear. Hey, why not upload your body to do something completely fucking different? It's great. Yeah, there's quite a few different things to just note. You want to do reputation? It's updooting. That's all you need to know. How do we do it? Updoot. Hey, what a reputation ID? Updoots. The entire system is Reddit. It was always Reddit. Yeah, quite a few different things for you to buy, and it's like, okay, make a check. Oh, okay, do you have the gear points? Do you have the gear points for this? Do you not have the gear points? You need combat augmentations, you need physical augmentation. All of these things just takes time. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of zooming through this, because there's just a lot of things to worry about. There's just a lot of things to think about as well. You want to be a utility bot? You want to have a vehicle, the extensive vehicle rules? Various running games, how do you create characters, character tie-ins? That's why I say, like, the quick start is probably the easiest way to get into the game. Because it's just that. Just get into the fucking game. Yeah, it's just like, what is CivNec? Self-responsibility. Security. Crime. Self-responsibility. Just do your fucking job. Oh no, there's giant aliens that want to kill us. Oh no! People want to become God. Oh no! What we do? We shoot them with a gun. Yeah, that's, again, a vast majority of this is just make checks. Some of them are pretty simple. Some of them are a little bit less simple. Oh no! Horrible, horrible beings from beyond the colors of time. Everything is awful. Transhumanity's scary. Yeah. Generally, you can think of the Titans as, if you want a good idea of what a Titan is, the Titans, all of them, were effectively Shodan, except there was multiple Shodans, and every single one of her plans worked. Every single one of their plans worked perfectly, and there was no problems. That's the best way to understand the Titans. Case in point. I'm a puppet. That, my friends, is effectively the entirety of Eclipse Phase 2nd Edition. Do I like Eclipse Phase 2nd Edition? It's fine. I like it. It's alright. It's okay. Probably one of the thing with Eclipse Phase 2nd Edition is kind of similar to Degenesis, is where you gotta be invested in the setting. Are you invested in Eclipse Phase and transhumanity? Does the idea of becoming saying, oh no, we're going into a combat operation. Let me upload my brain into a combat morph versus my current, neo-avian. Yes. Does that sound appealing to you? Yeah. Is the system difficult to get into? I'm like, oh, I don't understand. Is this game super hard? No, it's really easy to understand. It's just a D100 system. There's just... How do I want to word this? It's not hard. There's just stuff. There's just a lot of stuff leading into it. Hey, make sure you remember the sleeving rules. Hey, make sure you remember the vehicle rule. Okay, make sure to remember the robot rule and all the little rules that your individual morphs have. And that can change. And don't forget about your aptitude scores, which is going to inflict these scores, which is going to inflict these scores. Don't forget about mesh combat. Don't forget about the... Very easily, you can skip sections if that's not going to be your problem. We don't want to deal with hacking at all, because hacking is stupid. Cool, here's the simplified hacking rules. This is what we're doing for hacking. It will be 5 minutes long every single time, because fuck that. Fine, cool, easy enough to understand. Hey, combat is simple enough to understand, but we don't want to really worry about most things. Then we're not going to worry about most things. We're not going to worry about vehicles. Nope, not thinking about it. Hey, we're dealing with this. Don't think about it. Hey. It's like, if you want just that, it's fine. That's why I say, like, keep character creation, maybe drop. 'Cause, like, at the end of the day, this is what a character looks like. It's very simple. You might be thinking, okay, hey, I want to maybe manage something else. And if you want to, awesome. but I do know, like, a vast majority of these are probably going to be giving you more options, giving you more morphs to look forward to. Even if I go to, like, Eclipse Phase, 2nd edition, let's see what morphs are available. I mean, yeah, here are all of the various morphs. Not as many as there were, actually. I wonder if these are just the base version. Yeah, it looks like there's the morph recognition guide. Currently, every single morph available. I mean, let's go to let's go to his website. Let me find him. Rob Boyle. Hello, Rob. Can I get the Eclipse Phase PDF? Free PDFs. Because it's completely fucking free. Remember that. This entire game is completely free. Let's see. I want to find for 2nd edition. Wowsies. Like effectively the brand new one. Let's see. This is the player guide. Let's see. Do we have? Honestly, yeah. No, if you want the actual major book, just get the. I love the fucking player guide. Honestly, that's all fucking neat. I want rule setting primer. No. Character pack? Character pack? No. Where are you? Because there's quite a few different things. Because in the original one, you had all the fucking morphs. Because there were actually, is this the morph recognition guy? I guess it could work because this is from May 22nd. Like this might be the most recent version that you can still use. Because to give you an idea, these are all the fucking morphs that were available. There were a fuck ton of morphs available for you to fuck with. And yeah, you wanted to play any goddamn morph of your choice, you could totally play any morph you wanted to, and they were all goofy. Where are the whales? Let me see if I can find the whales. You don't understand. This is very, very important to find the whales. Some of these, like, yeah, some of them don't really exist anymore. So that's why I was wondering, like, hey, is the 2nd edition out at all? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Let me see. Flexbots, Freeman, Fury, Futuras. Show me this. Yeah, welcome to the Griefer. Yes, the Griefer, where you're just a shit poster. But adapting these shouldn't be too difficult to do. Let me see. Where are you? Mimics, Nautiloids, Neanderthal, Neo-Orca. Neo-Pigs were my favorite, because I liked Neo-Pigs, because I thought they were funny. The children never left. Ah, yes, Neo-Whales. Nova Crabs. Have no fear, we can always bring in Nova Crabs. It's always time for Nova Crab time. Let me see, where are you? They did reuse a lot of the artwork, though. I will say that. But I guess, hell, if it works. If it works, don't break it. Surya. Alright, here we go. So, the Surya is hilarious. This is literally a sun whale. Fucking Surya.
You may be wondering, what do I mean by this is a sun whale? This is literally a whale that sold around a sun for this hours on end. Yeah, legitimately, you just soul around, you fuck around, it's great. That is... Yeah, there's quite a few of these. They're all goofy. Yeah. But yeah, that is, that's it. Those are the two games. I thought they were interesting enough to talk about. So let's move on to our regular cock and ball torture session. Give me one. I need to log in. See, this is the fun thing, is that, one of the reasons why I haven't really done any Kickstarters is that technically my account is still linked to my, it's still linked to my Facebook. So I'm not exactly, tempted to do it. So let's obviously go to, tabletop games. Sorted by newest. Alright, everyone, time for fun! Yes, fun! And immediately start off with STLs. Mamma mia. Mamma mia, let me go. Beelzebub, no, 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 for me. For me. Yeah, Salvage Union. I need to fucking bully Luca for Salvage Union. I think I have it, but I just wanna make sure that I have it, just to guarantee that it is out there. Ugh. Ow. Let's... Wow, this, Wow, this... Oh. 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 Oops. Oh. Alright. Oh no. This is well, I guess it is Christmas time, so people don't want to really do anything. I mean, that's understandable. There's the electric state. It looks like to be Sonic. Sonic Underground, as you all know, because we are Sonic fans here. This may not be this may be a surprise to many people, but we're actually a Sonichu fan server. You could sort out STLs. You can't sort out STLs, fun fact. That is not a thing that you are allowed to do. Unless you start doing things like this, and it's like, it is what's in here, so I feel... Where'd you see modulates? Things again. Waifu at work. Maria de Jesus! As I bash my mic. No, we love Maria de Jesus here. Thank you very much. This is a Maria de Jesus family. Sergeant Kelly. Oh boy. Cthulhu may die. I'm gonna click on this anyway. Actually, no, let's come on. That's Japanese. Come on. I don't need to. Where are you seeing this one? You wouldn't be leading me astray. No, Pat, you live alone with your mom. I don't live alone with my mom, thank you very much. You just... What are you fucking talking about? Oh, right there. Modulus. Sorry, I didn't really see the plain white, like the very boring background. Let's see. It seems to be a rolling right, and so I don't really need to worry about that. I find rolling rights interesting, however, a little bit outside our regular look, except for being funny, Lamau. My funny haha moment. Might even 5e supplements. I love 5e. 5e is the only game. What the fuck? 5e is the only game that's ever existed. There's been no other game that has ever quite, you know, the Dungeons and Dragons has been Dungeons and Dragons by unnamed individuals who we cannot talk about, and then 5e. No other game has ever existed. No other game has ever thought about existing. Every other thing is just a copy of 5e in some capacity. It's actually quite impressive how one game has come to retroactively erase other games. It's very awesome. It's like, wow. Oh yeah. Let's see. Wow, this is just kind of a dog shit year. This is looking pretty dog shit. Not gonna lie. Like, this is a little bit painful. Not gonna lie. It can't be. Oh yeah. We're gaming. Guess we'll click on this one. A solo horror gamebook RPG. Wow. Awesome. There we go. Let's see. I remember going over this one. About some of these, yeah. We're going way fucking back. This is 5 days to... Yeah, we've seen some. So let's see. Salvage Union. Now, mind you, Salvage Union is a game that already exists. It's out. This is just for the Roll20 variant. Yeah, this is literally... They're going to pay someone to make the Roll20 variant of the game. So they're doing this. Salvage Union was a little weird because it's powered by Quest. Like, I'm like, okay, Quest. And then I actually saw Quest and I'm like, wow, what the fuck are you smoking? Oh goodness. Yeah, it's just Leyline Press and Leyline Press did a bunch of weird things leading up to Salvage Union's release. So I'm like, yep, this definitely. Why do they need $75,000? That's my thing. Like, why do you need 75,000? Enlightened tabletop role-playing game. All right, you need $50,000. Oh, brother, this ain't happening. Oh, Lord Almighty, brother, you need $50,000. Absolutely, brother, please. Electric State. Author Simon Salahag's vision of apocalyptic 1990. A free league, and it's going to be the exact same thing as they did last time. I never really Ravaged by a second civil war. Wow. Oh, never seen that one before. I've never really understood why you would play in a game like this. I don't know, maybe that's the artwork. I'm just like, this never doesn't seem really appealing to me. Maybe it's just not my thing. You know, maybe there is some secret thing that I'm just not seeing correctly. Maybe I'm just not Tales from the Loop. The same thing with like Tales from the Loop. I'm like, am I not seeing something correctly? Like they're like something I'm not like vibing with. Modulus Shadow Edition. What's Modulus? Is that a 5e symbol? It's not 5e. They definitely want you to make sure that it looks like this. It's the Shadow Edition. Very clever, Mr. Cheney. Skills are freeform, player reference. 20% oxygen saturation. Oh yeah. Health is realistically low. Okay, I guess it's a sci-fi game, so easy to run. I mean, shine on, Crazy Diamond. I am. What is this? This is a Vidya game, right? Yeah, this is a Vidya game. Yeah, this is Vidya. Vidya. All right, Nama, a new path. I clicked on you because you're a bunch of different things. I want to learn about what Nama is. Tell me, Rogar Lagos from Geneva, Switzerland. Oh, PvP map. That's something about saying it's a PvP map is amusing. More than 30 playable characters. Oh. Music? Board game. So it's a board card game thing. Alright. Endeavor. Brand new general role-playing game. Oh boy. Cool. What's the gimmick? The characteristic adding the result together, plus modifiers and skills, abilities, carry on basket, effort to pool represent. What's the gimmick? I guess perks. He's got the money from 48 people. I would need to see maybe a little bit more of it, but I guess I'll, it's there. Seems interesting. Like, I don't know if these are just really early. Because the thing is, like, is this just early the way that it's working, or is, like, the entire book gonna look like this? If, like, the Lighthouse Keeper. That's all AI art. Yeah, this is all AI art. Obtaining art. Use of AI. Plan to use. Images only. Instead of the owner of the works will be used to produce AI. Please explain. Yes. I've consulted with everybody used to use this. Yes. The card game with mini? Yeah. Shadow Behind is a one-player horror role-playing game. It's also Italian. Oh, fuck. Peter met Wendy. Well, in this story, you will become Peter Pan. Upon arriving at the mysterious island, just her name, Peter. A little will-o-wisp, just a different version of Tinkerbell, will help you uncover the problem. It's fucking Curses of Neverland. All right. Fates of Mankind. Why does your face look like a blow-up doll? Let's see. Role-playing game, alternate fantasy, ancient age, where everything's fused magic and mythological. Works on its own D12 system. Designed around setting. Recommended group of 4 to 5 people. Italia, Gallia, Germania, Hellas, Libya, Asia. Ooh. I mean, it seems interesting enough. Some of the artwork is very creative. Matteo and Andrea. Where are you from? Italy. They're Italians. 3,000 gold. Yeah, I mean, it looks interesting. We don't see a lot of classical age stuff, so I'm like, I'm in. Spiritfall. This is the one where you are playing like Raiders and Transgressions Pocket. Yeah, bargaining with your tabletop RPG about clever tactics. There are numerous drown in the concrete jungles of New York City. There's one problem with this, is that I have to play someone from New York City, and everyone there sucks. Because it's the demons, responders. Get it? Because first responders. Seen a little bit of this one. Someone linked it to me, and I was like, this seems interesting. Unfortunately, again, I have to be a New Yorker, and New Yorkers are awful. Awful, awful goblinoid creatures. I can say that I'm from the northwest. I'm from the northeast, baby. If your character has 1d6 sneak and roll 5, they'd have 2d6 sneak. Alright, I mean, I'm not. Any die shows its maximum value, like 6 on a d6, you fail. Otherwise, you pass and achieve what you set out to do. Alright, that's interesting and weird system, but I'm in. See where this goes. It hasn't made its money yet. But from its perspectives, it's got 15 days to go. It's looking pretty decent. I think like just the system's weird. I think the idea is that you're like building up things. All right, and I'm assuming your core is like whatever the die you're using is. Yeah, all right, I'm in. Cellophane, we already looked at cellophane. It's weird and wacky, and it's in a little book, and it's all art, and it uses cards, and you're filling in things like Tetris, and it's very weird, and I'm kind of in. That's half the fun. Ever wanted to play Morkborg except not kill yourself? I know I haven't. I know, it's wacky. See, what I should do is, we should add backer kit to our regular assortment of, we should add backer kit to these things, because backer kit is the new hotness, I think. I don't even have an account here. I should make one. Let's see. I want to see all projects. So there's one, not trending. We want to do recently launched. So we've got our 3 games. We've got Dead Minds Reforged, a 5th edition adventure, a bunch of cards, and this other game that I have no reason to even look at and think about too hard, right? Right. Yes, welcome to the MCDM thing. Behind us, beneath him, Howard. Yes, welcome to MCDM. This is the MCDM RPG by Matt Colville, and it is Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition. It's a heroic fantasy RPG by all these my Matthew Colville. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, everyone. I don't like Matt Colville. I don't know why. I don't fundamentally understand why I don't like Matt Colville. It's just like every single time I hear him speak, it's like he's gonna sell me a used car, and it's just full of weasels. I don't like something about the way he approaches things. Is like, you're going to sell me something, like you're going out of your way to sell me something. But not like something good, like you're trying to sell me like a contract where I, get my penis obliterated by the hammer every 5 minutes. Like, I don't... What's your game? Like, that's my thing with Matt. And I it's hard to explain. But... I've had people say, oh, well, you're just, you're just jealous of his success. No, Matt just scares the shit out of me. Matt, I can't. Just the way Matt is, it's just like, you're trying to sell me something with every word out of your fucking mouth is trying to sell me something. And I have this vitriolic reaction against that. Because the problem is, I know exactly what he's doing. And what he's doing is salesmanship. And that's some good shit. And he damn well knows what he's doing. But I know it. Because I've took courses on it. And I fucking know how to do that. It's like everything he's saying, I'm like, what are you... maybe he's not. And maybe that's just the way he speaks. But I'm like... what are you selling me? Like, what's the game here? It's like you're hiding something. It's like you're gonna drop in the middle of that, just like all the accusations of my, multiple murders that, aren't real. I can't put my finger on what it is. I don't like Matthew Colville. There, you happy? He scares me. Maybe he's a wonderful, nice person. Maybe this is just rampant paranoia of the salesman that I've had to deal with over my life. But it's just like, you're trying to sell me something, and then I'm immediately like... everything he does, I've immediately put an ounce of skepticism behind. I'm like, you aren't real. What's the catch? Where's the bodies, Matt? Where's your corpses that you're trying to hide? Where's the mass charity fraud where you donate millions of dollars to fucking PMCs out of Africa or something? Where is it? You aren't just a normal guy, because you're obviously trying to sell me something. But this is the MCDM RPG. Clearly a name inspired by my own. Effectively, it's an epic game of heroes exploring dungeons. Because it's a heroic fantasy game. Heroic fantasy. Don't track torches or rations. You can plunge heedless danger into the dark and haunted forests. Not about exploration. It's not about dungeon crawling. It's not about exploration. It's about core of epic heroes fighting monsters. And the thing is, you gain resources, which sounds like... when he says, you gain resources, to me, that sounded like you gain meta currencies. And I'm like, I don't know about that. Especially if they're all different meta currencies. Might be tracked fine, it might not be tracked fine. I don't know. I don't follow his Patreon. Nor do I have any desire to listen to his videos. Yeah, it is a 2d6 game, and it's pretty much, you don't roll to hit. You roll to damage people, and it's like, alright, no more wasted turn, burning resource spells for you to target to save. I'm like, alright. Some people are like, immediately like, oh, well, this is going to be terrible. I'm like, I'm not saying it's going to be terrible. Again, I just don't like Matt, okay? I don't like Matt Colville. And I've read a couple things being like, oh, dwarves don't have beards and like other people because we have to be different. I'm like, why bother putting dwarves in? You just want dwarves to say you have dwarves. And like, this is the other thing that I'm a little bit like weirded out on is the kit system. I don't like the kits. Okay? Because the idea of equipment is that you don't buy equipment. What you do is you buy a set, and it's like, oh, you buy the shiny armor kit, where it's like, you get heavy armor and a shield, a medium weapon, and a thrown weapon, and because you get this, you get bonus health, speed, damage, and range. And like, that's weird, because they're like, oh, no one likes tracking equipment, being like, that's half the fun. I'm like, there are little things that I need to read the book to get an idea about. That's the thing. I need to sit down and actually, like, read the book. But I don't have the book. But when the playtest inevitably comes back, the year's 2026, there's no more inventory. Every character's a stack of meta currency. Honestly, honest to God, that's why I was like, initially when... Maybe Noonie just didn't pitch this very well. Again, I'm not subscribed to the Patreon. I've watched like one of the videos, but like, I'm like, Yeah, so the schedule is effectively Q2 2024 is when we get a playtest packet. And he wants both of them done by June of 2025. So it's going to be about a year and a half before a $3.6 million Kickstarter is going. There's a distinct chance that these guys make $5 million. This is the big version. This is they're hiring a company to make their very own VTT, which is weird to me. I don't know about that. That's just weird. They're like, oh, we're going to make our own VTT. Maybe it's just because I don't know the company doing it. Maybe that's it. I don't know, but feel like, do we really need another VTT on the market for your very particular game? That's kind of weird. Like, but I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot, he's Matthew Colville, and he has a shit ton of industry connections, and he can just do whatever the fuck he feels like. I understand. Yeah, this is literally the only two things that they plan on doing. I'm assuming that if they get more money than they're already $3.1 million, they will probably get something else. They'll probably add in some more things. But yeah, that's the MCDM game. There you go. That's what you want, right? That's the only reason to get a fucking backer kit. Itch.io. Let's do what I usually do. Enhanced combat system. Oh boy, everybody, we've got the brand new, my favorite. I love having a new combat system on top of Lancer. Awesome. For 15 whole dollar. Yes, for 15 whole dollars, you too can buy a brand new combat system for another fucking game. Awesome. I love. Yeah, this is legit me. I've heard apparently that this is legit just Fantasy Lancer, like 1-to-1 Fantasy Lancer. And I'm like, yeah, I could see that. I'm like, I am not unsurprised by this. Perhaps I'm a broken, miserable human being. Perhaps the alcohol's finally claimed me, but I simply do not care. Let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting? It's gonna be interesting, right? People aren't just gonna be putting out bullshit, right? That'd be ridiculous. No one's just gonna put out everything in fucking Spanish. Oh. Oh, I fight my enemies. Dun, 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 dun. The EDF deploys. Oh, I crush my enemies. What I'm going to do. Absolutely fucking nothing. Of course there fucking is. It's itch.io. There's nothing ever good here because it's always full of shit. Exact same shit every single fucking time. The alcohol isn't enough. Yeah. Ooh, exciting. If I get Beacon, I'll go over Beacon. If I don't get Beacon, I won't. Because I have no desire to. But I will if people send it to me. There you go. Now, here's like this is the funny thing. Like, it's a top seller at this point. It's literally outsold Lancer. So for a grand total of, so if you just simply buy the $15 supplement, you can fix Lancer's combat. Oh boy. It's so exciting. I love it. It's just 4E. Hold up. What is enhanced combat then? Because it looks like a mod. It's just a splat book. Of course it's just a splat book. Blame Ralph. I mean, how is Beacon, Sterner? I mean, is Beacon good? Is it fun? Are you enjoying yourself with Beacon? I mean, it can't be. I mean, say Beacon is boring. Well, it's Shadow of the Beacon is well, Shadow of the Demon Lord or Lancer with Matt. I mean, Lancer's already Shadow of the Demon Lord. So I guess that's kind of just coming full circle at that point. Like see, that's the funny thing is like we've evolved to the point of of doing the exact same thing over again. Truly, we live in a society. So, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Add-on. That's pretty much it. If we have anything fun and exciting, I will make sure to tell people. If not, well, shit. Tomorrow we're going to be playing King of Dragon Pass. So get on that. Next week we are doing the funny video. The funny dunny video about a funny game and some funny things going on in that funny game. So I'm excited for it. So thank you all. Godspeed. Good luck. I'll see you all on the flip side.